Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament, the first qualifier where everybody is trying to get to the USO Virginia Beach final, which is coming up August 21st. Since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military, their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they join through their assignment deployments and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. I'm Michael Fisher, joined by Jacob Jim Palmer to call all of our action here tonight. What a better way to start off this tournament, Jim, than with a rivalry. We've got Escape Velocity taking on Untamed Esports, and when there's a rivalry going on, no matter what the event is, you know there's going to be a lot of demos. There's probably going to be a lot of trash talk in the Rocket League comps, and I cannot wait for this first match here tonight.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great to see exactly which moment the teams start to get a bit chippy with each other. But It's not just the fact that it's a rivalry. It's the fact that there is a lot on the line with this tournament. These teams are competing for $5,000 in an overall prize pool. So it really is going to be high stakes, kind of, you know, we are in collegiate esports so much, and of course, fighting for your university is always an honor, and it's great to get that recognition. But when there's $5,000 on the line, there's going to be some fierce gameplay.
Yeah, and it's also just a best of 3 here tonight, so it's going to be very fast-paced. If you lose game 1, you're going to have to regroup in a hurry. We're used to maybe best of 5, sometimes even best of 7s in tournament settings, so this best of 3 is going to lead to very fast-paced action. As Jem mentioned, this is all leaning towards that Virginia Beach final event that we mentioned at the top of the show, where there's a prize pool of $5,000 on the line. The top 8 teams from this event will qualify for that Virginia Beach final. So even if you don't win, you still got a chance at that $5,000 that Jem mentions. It will be double elimination. Everything else on the Rocket League portion is pretty standard. Soccer, game mode, sudden death, overtime. As I was mentioning, the top 8 teams from this event will qualify for the USO Virginia Beach Experience Final on August 21st with a prize pool of $5,000. But the placement in the qualifiers determines seeding for the final, so you always want to have that good seed. We see it all the time in our other tournaments, Jeb. You do not want to be that last team in, because that usually means you got to take on the best team, and they all want that $2,500 for winning that tournament on August 21st. So a win here, always going to be a good thing, because anytime there's double elimination, we hear about it all the time, the miracle runs through the second chance bracket. You never want to be that team. You want to be on top the whole time. You want to be the favorite going into that last match of the night. And
you can see the breakdown of the prizes there, with first place getting $2,500, second $1,500, and $1,000 going to third place. And you are right, Fish, in terms of that overall seeding. It really gets to these situations where it doesn't have to be the 2 top teams that are going up against each other where it's high stakes. You know, if you know that one team's kind of locked in to get the first seed, that's kind of a given, but it really is those matches when you get kind of to the end of these group stages where they're fighting to be, you know, in 7th seed instead of 8th seed, and they have to go up against first. Those are the real moments that really can at least help a team have a better shot in the finals, to where they have an easier semifinal match, and if at least you have a victory in that, you're going to have a better shot at the finals, rather than just going up against the toughest team right off the bat.
100% agree. I do want to remind people, if you have placed top 3 in any USO Experience Rocket League Finals tournament before, meaning you have received the pricing, you're not eligible to play in this tournament, which is always nice as well, because you get to see new faces, new names. It's not the same dominant crew that happens all the time, where it's always the same team winning, so it's always nice to see these fresh faces. Like you mentioned, Escape Velocity, Untamed Esports, they are our first matchup here of the night. We'll try and stay on the top side of the bracket as long as possible, all the way to those finals, and we'll see who at least will be the number 1 seed coming out of this qualifying event. As we mentioned, everything's going towards that August 21st Virginia Beach final, where all the prizes are on the line. But this best of 3, I think this is the thing that always catches my eye, because best of 3s in Rocket League, they happen so fast, and these are when you're primed for an upset, Gem, is because if you lose game 1, maybe by a fluke goal, or maybe you just had one bad rotation, you're now trying to make sure, okay, we can't lose game 2, then we have to win game 3. You start to push a little bit. So if we're going to see upsets, I think it's this best of 3 format that really favors that, because in the long run, the better team will usually win more games. But in a quick burst, sometimes you can get 2 wins from the chippy underdog.
Well, when you're going up against a best of 5, get best of 7, you know, if you're only losing the first game, then it's kind of easier to say, okay, there's a lot more game to play. But here, if you lose the first game, you've got to perform right then and there. And of course, Fish, I think there's no better way than to help these players perform than by following Doc's keys to the game.
Yeah, Doc's keys are going to be huge, especially for this game 1. It means so much more. Do not let them have multiple attempts at the goal. Clear the ball at angles. Steal boost, and of course we talked about it. This is a rivalry game in our first matchup. We're probably going to see a last this bottom bullet, bump and demo to disrupt. Doc's keys are brought to you by the USO Experience. It's just a coach at your side to help you through the match. The USO has been helping the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. It is Escape Velocity, Untamed Esports, our first match of several here on the night. quick best of 3, so I cannot wait to see how Game 1 goes. There's a ton of importance on Game 1. And, I mean, what are you looking for in our first, let's say, 30, 40 seconds here of this match, Jim, that's going to tell you maybe who's the favorite and who's the underdog?
Well, obviously, you know, you get those cheeky kickoff goals right off in the first 10 seconds that can really put a spring in a team step. But I'm really going to be looking for the boost economy, and like we saw in Ducks Keys' game, whether there's going to be any boost stealing. When you have the side control and you're able to steal those corner boosts from the other team, basically starve them of all their resources, you're taking away all of that aerial play and all those aerial passes that can really help you get goals and really are kind of the top plays that we see when we're casting Rocket League. So if you take away that ability from the other team, that's what I'm going to be looking for.
I think the other thing that you kind of mentioned is that kickoff, not just if it's a cheesy goal, but who has the better kickoff strategy? Because we've seen in the past, teams with a better kickoff strategy absolutely will dominate the competition until people figure them out, because they can set up those 10, 15-second goals, and then anytime you score, you have to worry about, are they going to be the ones who are going to score immediately to get that goal right back? So I'm very curious to see how our first kickoff goes, if we see any of the players maybe lagging behind a little bit, if we see any of the players maybe making a unique strategy. We've seen players try and hold off and slide their car sideways to get the second hit to kind of ricochet the ball back to the other side. I'm really curious who the kickoff taker for both teams is going to end up being in this first one. Of course, it's all kind of random. I know there are some rules to Rocket League that I was perusing that the guy on the left always takes the kickoff unless otherwise stated. I'm very curious how this first kickoff goes, and that's going to tell me a lot. And I think, others we mentioned, Doc's Keys, if you get multiple shots and you're struggling to clear the ball, that's going to be a long night for you, because if you take multiple shots, I've been told by Boise State Rocket League players that it's a matter of time till you make a mistake and they get a free goal.
Right. The other team's defense can really only get them so far. It's looking out for those big clears. And one thing that one other thing is that when you have a lot of side control, though, there is that one chance that you can get caught up as a team where your team rotates way too far up the field. We've seen in our careers way too many wide open goals be punished. So you got to make sure you have someone there on back post ready to defend and ready to stop some sort of big clear from the defending team turn into a quick goal.
No, you make a great point. We've seen a lot of teams. You've got to have someone, as you said, someone's got to be prowling that midfield. Of course, you want to just send all 3 members up. You just want to full attack the goal, but if you don't have someone in that midfield, and that's something that I think the teams we see more often than not that win do a good job, is you can retreat immediately, because you cannot always stop a clear. So I'm very excited here, and I'm really pumped that our first game is a rivalry match, as we mentioned. Escape Velocity, Untamed Esports getting ready to go at any moment, because these rivalry games, I mean, there's a lot more on the line than just that prize pool, than being sent down to the second chance bracket. When remaining on the winner's side is the fact that you kind of get that bragging. I mean, who really cares if you end up, winning the 5,000? If you get to tell your opponent, hey, we ended up beating you, we're the reason we're in the winner's side, that's going to be a ton of fun. So it's Escape Velocity in the blue, Untamed Esports in the orange. Immediately out of Roland, nearly gets a great shot, but a huge clear right in front of the net, but Aspect of Hope able to turn that one away.
Now we see Elevated trying to center the ball, but Tribute's going to stop that right there as Setch looks to center it up, looking for someone to come in there, but there isn't. And in fact, Suki here is going to center it up again. It is Untamed Esports that's taken all the initiative in these first 30 seconds, although one of them's going to get demoed. We'll see if that gives Escape Velocity the opportunity they need to clear this.
Setch with a fantastic shot, but out of Roland gets its second chance here, but there's nobody in front of the net. Aspect of Hope with a fantastic pinch, gets played off by Adasuke. Elevated Buffy with a great pass to Setch. They want the one-timer, but it's just above his hood. But great side control from Untamed Esports to start.
And a pass over to Elevated here toward the goal, off the backboard. Follow up there by Suki, but not quite gonna find it. It goes back to midfield. Escape Velocity still looking for that clear. Setch again off of the crossbar. Follow up again from Suki, but it just isn't finding its way in the goal. But this is what we were talking about, Fish. This that repeated side control and all of those shots on goal. One of them's got to get through eventually.
Great job here by Adasuke. We talked about this as well. Holding back at that midfield stripe. Setch barely dunks it over Roland. Play for the rebound, but Elevated Buffy's just too low. Setch trying for the pass, but it's broken up by Tribute. Now Elevated Buffy still at that midfield. Great side control. Going to try and air dribble it in. He's wide of the net, though. Setch on the one-timer also wide. Aspect of Hope tries for a clear, but it's broken up.
Now Suki's in the corner here. Elevated is going to try to center it. Doesn't get the angle they wanted. Escape Velocity is going to push that all the way back to midfield as Elevated rotates back. Unfortunately for Adderolin, didn't get the better of that contest in the mid-air. So that's going to allow Untamed Esports to go on the counterattack here with the mid-air dribble from Suki off the backboard. Follow-up from Setch, but they are just aiming it too high in this game.
Well, Tribute made a great save there as well. Defensively, Escape Velocity is insane as Adderolin misses an open shot. Tribute's going to try for the double tap. Rebound attempt here, but Elevated Buffy's going to clear it away as Tribute gets blown to pieces. He will respawn, but Elevated Buffy had a chance, and fantastic defense for both these teams. Adderolin broken up there by Suki. Elevated Buffy, though, not quite able to put that on the blue side.
But look at the shots on goal thus far from Untamed Esports. It is 8-0. Escape Velocity hasn't even had the opportunity to try to go on the offensive here. They're going to try, certainly, as Adderolin is going to be waiting there, trying to get the clear played around by Elevated, who gets credited with another shot on goal, saved from Tribute there. But all of the side control has been far Untamed now. Now here comes another shot, and that's the one that's finally going to get through.
It's a great play here by Setch, because you're going to see there's multiple members of Escape Velocity that are in position to save that, but nobody predicted Setch was there to redirect it. Fantastic. Oh, you mentioned the shots. Look at the saves for Escape Velocity. 6 saves. That is unheard of in a game of Rocket League most of the time. This is a fantastic defense, but they've got to score. Akatsuki with a great chance here, playing for the double tap, but it's broken up by Tribute. Setch coming in for the shot, but it is wide of the net. Now Aspect of Hope's got to dribble it upfield.
But Elevated's going to steal it away from him and look to center it up as Tribute is demoed. But unfortunately, there just wasn't quite the coordination to capitalize on that demo. Now Tribute is demoed once again as soon as he respawns. This could be some of that rivalry we were talking about, Fish. But now Tribute's going to come back in full force, just a little bit off to the left side of the goal. And there isn't some follow-up for the other team, so it's going to go all the way back to the blue side of the field. Here comes Elevated, going to ground it for Setch, who tries to get the shot, but just a little bit off to the right.
That was an insane team passing play. Everybody touching the ball for Untamed Esports, but just a little bit wide of the net. Tribute going over there. Adderolin was already there, so a bit of a double commit. They just need to find a clear right now in the final 75 seconds. Akatsuki takes a shot on net. Aspect of Hope with the save. He's up to 3 himself, but they need a goal more than a save. Adderolin plays it around one. Elevated Buffy immediately denies that, though. Huge shot there. Adderolin on the pass, though. Couldn't quite get it. Now there's a wide open net. Aspect of Hope, the only one left, and he makes a great save.
1 minute remaining. Still an opportunity for Escape Velocity to fight back here as Tribute's going to try to start it. And Elevated misses, but Tribute is rotating up, so it's going to be left up to Adderolin there to try to center it up for Hope, who just isn't there. Look at Suki playing around him for the second goal.
Akatsuki here with a fantastic play. Starts to clear from Setch. Aspect of Hope just barely misses it. And we talk about, you know, not being over-aggressive, but when there's only 30 seconds left, when you're down 1 goal, you can't blame Escape Velocity for just trying to find a way to find offense here. We'll see if they can do anything in our final 40 seconds. Tribute waiting for that ball too long. Elevated Buffy and Akatsuki both going for it. They can't even clear it to their own midfield stripe as Elevated Buffy gets the demo. Setch's shot is turned away, though. But it's all Untamed Esports here in Game 1.
Now Tribute's going to push it back toward midfield where Adderolin pass over to him. He's going to set it up for Tribute, who actually doesn't center it up, and that leaves it wide open for Setch to clear it all the way back. Aspect of Hope now takes the ball up in the corner, looking for some sort of pass, but Suki's going to come right in and stop that clear from going through. With 5 seconds left and maybe an insurance goal, not quite there, but that ball is going to hit the ground, and Untamed Esports is going to have the first victory of the night.
That was a fantastic job by Untamed Esports. I mean, I want to give a shout out to Escape Velocity because we've never seen those. Look at that. That is 8 saves. That is almost unheard of in Rocket League. The problem is all those zeros everywhere else. 0 shots. I mean, honestly, that's about as rare as 8 saves is not getting a single shot, because sometimes the system in Rocket League is a little bit, you know, gracious in what they call a shot. But honestly, I thought a fantastic effort from Escape Esports in defensively shutting down Untamed, but I think the biggest problem is, I mean, you look at the side control numbers, that's probably 3.5, maybe even 4 minutes for Untamed, and I think they've just got to find ways to get clears, because all those great saves, they mean nothing if you can't score.
and it's just the ability of Untamed to have those rotations there, to be able to follow each other up. You're seeing some clears coming through from Blue that round, but overall, there just really wasn't any follow-up to get shots on goal.
Well, since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform from the moment they joined through their assignment, deployment, and as they transition back to communities. The USO is always by their side. Getting ready here for Game 2 between Escape Velocity and Untamed Esports. Remember, this is just a best of 3, so there's a ton of pressure on Escape Velocity to be able to stay on the top side of the bracket. You do not want to get sent down to the second chance bracket this early, especially by your rival. But I mean, just the way Untamed played, the speed they played with, fantastic rotations. There was always someone at that midfield stripe, which we talked about a ton, of making sure that there was not any big clears coming out, as it looks like we're going to hop maybe into Game 2. And we've already got a goal right off the bat with Elevated Buffy off the kickoff.
Well, if we're talking about some sort of comeback from Escape here, is not the way they want to start out, but Tribute's going to get the better of that kickoff, but Setch is going to beat Aspect of Hope to that ball. Now Tribute again is going to be pushing it up toward the goal. Suki there is going to try to push it off to the corner, allow Elevated to get the clear, and it's a successful one as it heads all the way back toward the goal. Nice save by Tribute there, though. Can they turn that into a clear and get some side control on there? Get some side control for once.
What a play by Akatsuki. He just hits off the crossbar. He's going to get a second chance here. Wants to center it up for a teammate, but a huge miscommunication as Setch was actually driving away from the net. I think they wanted the pass there. Elevated Buffy with the pass over to Akatsuki. Not there, but Setch blasted home off the ping pong. And just like that, Untamed Esports already has a 2-0 lead.
Well, sometimes we can see this of a team just starting off, of one game kind of starting off even, and then the other team just kind of starts to run away with it with their momentum. So looking for this next kickoff here to see if Untamed Esports, if they can get 3 goals in less than a minute, then that would not only make the job very tough for Escape Velocity, but mentally just going up against a rival and getting blown out this much can't be easy. And look at that, they just did just that.
That was an insane pass play. We get a full display here. Elevated Buffy to Akatsui to Setch, back up to Buffy. Absolutely insane. They were going for the 4 passes there, and I mean, that is so hard to defend. Untamed Esports coming out on fire here, as you mentioned. 3 goals in under a minute. Tribute and company gonna have to try and find something here soon. Is out of rolling, gets a great clear into the corner. Tribute's waiting there, but just a bit below the pass. That's gonna allow Setch and Akatsui to get the clear. Elevated Buffy turns it away. Tribute one last chance, he'll rattle it around the corner. Past Aspect of Hope, can't find it, and he hits the crossbar before it barely rolls in. And Escape Velocity has a shred of life.
It's a great goal there. Unfortunately, Aspect of Hope didn't quite get it, but a nice little flip there from Tribute was able to get their first goal. But I'm thinking the main thing that we're seeing in this difference from these two teams is kind of one of the big skill gaps in this game is just the ability to get those mid-air passes and be able to control your car so well in mid-air. And Setch is going to negate that goal right off the bat and put them to a 3-goal lead again.
A great play by Setch, a fantastic solo play. Uses the crossbar at the angle as well. Usually the crossbar denies that one. That is an impossible save to make. And Untamed Esports right now is looking incredibly strong. I think you mentioned it. The mid-air passing is insane. Also just the mid-air play as Setch is going to air dribble to the length of the field. Wanted the double tap, but a great read by Aspect of Hope. Buffy gets one more shot on it, but Tribute makes the save. Akatsuki, his turn. Can he get the rebound? No, not quite.
Opportunity here. Aspect of Hope is going to get the clear. Unfortunately for Escape Velocity, one of their own is going to get demoed, putting them at a slight disadvantage for a few seconds. Aspect of Hope pass back over to the corner. Tribute's going to wait. Can Aspect center it up? Setch with a nice contested midair is going to stop their play, and they're all immediately rotating back now. And they're definitely kind of on their back feet, just very cautious about any sort of push that Untamed is going to try to make.
Elevated Buffy with a shot wide of the net. Tribute's actually going to run into Aspect of Hope. That's going to throw things off. Aspect of Hope does finally get to the ball, but not before Setch stops it. Great shot by Akatsuki, but it's saved there by Tribute. There's a demolition, but it's not going to matter as we actually get 3 members into the ball. Aspect of Hope barely wins that one, but Elevated Buffy's just going to dunk it back to the blue side.
Now can Elevated, center it up for one of the Untamed waiting. Yes, he can. Akatsuki getting the 5th goal right there.
It's a great play by Elevated Buffy. Plays it around a couple. There's nobody in front of the net. Is Adirolin and Tribute kind of double committed to make that save. And Untamed Esports looking well on their way to moving on to the next round unless there is a flurry of goals. And right here, Tribute's got a great chance, but a fantastic read by Akatsuki. Flips the ball immediately. Elevated Buffy's just going to wait there as Aspect of Hope actually can't get a touch on it, and Setch goes flying.
Now center coming through again. Great demo onto Tribute, but Untamed just isn't ready quite for the follow-up there, so it's going to be nothing but just kind of a little bit of a pyrotechnic show at the moment. Clear coming through from Escape Velocity, but no real follow-up. And again, just that pass to Setch in mid-air for that clear. They are so immaculate when it comes to that mid-air passing and control. And Elevated once again to Akatsuki. Great save from Tribute. But again, that's just that great rotation from Untamed.
Aspect of Hope does finally a shred of hope for Escape Velocity, but it's immediately removed by Setch. With a great tap, they want the double tap. They're going to find it. That was absolutely insane. It's a hat trick for Setch. What a play by Elevated Buffy. Just taps it up in the air. Adirolin can't get there, and Setch finishes it. And Untamed Esports look absolutely next level in this game too. And like I said, I think a few moments ago, they're definitely going to move on to the next round here.
Oh, look at this kickoff from Setch. It's going to go right off the right post and into the goal. I don't know, no one was even, Aspect of Hope was trying to get some sort of angle off to the side there, but Setch just beat him to it in terms of speed, and the goal was wide open.
That's so hard on those kickoff goals if your kickoff taker misses it, because the other two guys are going for boost as expected, unless you're going to cheat somebody up. As Adirolin can't quite dunk the ball over Elevated Buffy. It's still on that blue side. Setch takes a shot. Elevated Buffy cherry picking the whole time. He's got himself a hat trick, and Untamed Esports is pulling away.
Yeah, it's just turning into an avalanche at this point. That redirect right into the goal. So insane. Now the question really that we have to ask is Untamed going to make it into double digits this next kickoff? It's going to be in the center as Setch tries to go for it, but it's going to be Akatsuki off to the side who's going to be able to take control with the pass over to Elevated. Akatsuki now is going to center it up just toward the left post, but Escape Velocity is able to stop that one. Now here comes Adirolin dribbling up the field. Aspect of Hope is waiting there, but so is Elevated to stop that attack right in their tracks. And now it's just up to Untamed Esports once again. Adirolin with another great save, but the follow-up coming through again from Untamed means that they cannot rest for 1 second, because it's just going to be heading back to their goal.
Yeah, they had a bit of a triple commit. They were able to correct that one, but then a great back pass to Akatsuki, who just blasted from midfield. Aspect of Hope, unfortunately, not able to get there. Adirolin ran into a member of Untamed Esports, and I think the real question that comes into mind is which of these games is the real one, because we saw game one. There was, that was a bit huge save there by Setch. A bit of a lag spike there, but they're able to come alive. But, I mean, the first game we saw a ton of saves. It was only a 2-0 final score. This game, it's completely different. Untamed Esports has opened up the floodgates. You got to be curious, was Escape Velocity just playing out of their mind, or is this maybe just a bad game for them in the final 20 seconds? They'll look for some kind of good sign of fortune going into that second chance bracket after losing games 1 and game 2 as Adirolin plays it off the back wall. Final chance here for either team to score a goal. It looks like Escape Velocity will deny the shot at double digits. They're not going to find much of their own. 3 seconds left here. Setch sets it up for nobody. That ball just touched the ground.
Wow, what a statement to start out. That's going to be one of the teams that you're going to be looking to be at the top of the bracket.
The USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. We have the USO Experience Oklahoma City, the USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup, with the top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. If you want more information, check it out. Battlefy.com/the-USO/. You can see it right there on your screen. Sign up today. if you want more information. But honestly, a fantastic start to this tournament. If you are an Untamed Esports fan or player, they absolutely blew the doors off of Escape Velocity in that second game. And I have to say that this team looks very, very strong. Of course, we haven't seen anyone else in the bracket, so it's too early to say that they're the prohibitive favorites. But, I mean, the mid-air passing, the complete denial of clears, the preparation to have somebody at that mid-line stripe to deny any big clears and wide open nets. I mean, they look like the complete package there in that first series.
Yeah, I haven't seen mid-air passing that good in a long time, so it's only a test to see if they just got an easy matchup, because this just makes me excited for the rest of the competition, just seeing, is this kind of the skill level we're going to see from future teams going forward? I sure hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I would not say that was a skill level at all. I mean, I think that it was just, unfortunately, Escape Velocity, a very defensive-focused team, and that can happen in all games when you focus on defense. If you maybe are like your goal is 1 or 2 points, unfortunately, sometimes you can just get blown out of the water, and there's not a whole lot you could do. Well, don't go anywhere. We've seen what Untamed Esports can do. What can the rest of the teams in this bracket offer? Remember, they're all competing for a spot in those Virginia Beach finals with $5,000 on the line coming up August 21st. The top 8 teams qualify. Who's staying on the winner's side? Who's falling to second chance bracket? Don't go anywhere. Find out next.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're here today for the USO Experience, the Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. We just saw Untamed Esports dominate the competition, and now we've got 2 new teams trying to stay on the top side of that bracket and work their way to our finals here tonight. Fish and Gem calling all of the action. It's going to be DOK taking on Fortnite Gods here in our next matchup, so hopefully they're as good at Rocket League as they compare themselves to in Fortnite. But honestly, I mean, it's going to be a tough test just to match what we saw from Untamed, so I think the biggest thing we've got to watch out for is, I mean, we talked about it all the time with Dox Keys, is protecting that mid-stripe line, and that those passes I think are going to be the biggest thing, Jem, because I think any team that has unlocked those passing is going to be the team that probably goes very far in this event.
And it's not just the ability to be able to get those clears, it's also the ability to just follow up with the rest of their teammates, and that might have been kind of one of the offstage things that we just didn't fully see with that last game, was just kind of the ability to interfere with the other team. If you make it so that those 2 other teammates can't be there to follow up that centering shot to try to get a shot on goal, and you're just really just getting in their heads in that regard, then that leads to games like we see with one team having around 10 saves, which is impressive, but it's not quite as impressive when they have no shots on goal.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest thing, and it really comes down to, honestly, is just clearing. And we talk about it with Dox Keys, is clearing the ball at angles. Because if you just kind of blast the ball down, if there's a good team on the other side, they'll have somebody back waiting at that midfield line. They'll retreat, and they'll just put the ball right back on the other side, and you wasted all of that boost, all of that time for nothing. So it's getting creative clears, hitting it off the ceiling, hitting it off a side wall to set it up for a teammate so you can kind of get a pass that turns into a clear. That's the biggest thing, because that's what I noticed in our first game, is Untamed did such a good job. If there was just a blast clear, there, somebody was back. If you just tried to kind of carry it down the side with a dribble, somebody was there to stop you. You've got to get those passes where you bounce it off a sidewall, you've got a teammate there, that becomes your clear. Then you can use that as opposed to just kind of kicking the ball out or punching the ball down with the hood of your car and hoping something good's going to happen.
Well, as we take a look over at the rules for this event, as we've been saying, it's double elimination in the standard soccer game mode. Sudden death overtime. The top 8 teams from this event will qualify for the USO experience on August 21st, 2021 with a prize pool of $5,000. And of course, placement in the qualifiers is going to determine the seeding for the finals, and that is going to be very important as you want to stay out of those bottom seed positions, guaranteeing that you'll go up against the top teams in those semifinals.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you are not at the bottom. Here is your pricing breakdown for those eventual finals. $2,500 the winner, $1,500 for second, $1,000 for third overall. No purchase or donation necessary. Winners of the final tournament will be on August 21st. That $833 per team is absolutely insane. And don't forget, if you have placed top 3 in any USO Experience Rocket League Finals tournament before, meaning you received pricing, you are not eligible to play in this tournament. So cannot wait to see who's going to set themselves up to eventually make it to that finals tournament August 21st. But right now, we're just going to see who's going to end up in that top 8. And that is the one thing that I think a lot of teams have got to be careful of, as you mentioned, is you don't want to say, all right, we're top 8, we'll take that, because the placement here does affect your seeding in that final. You want to try and go as far as possible. Even if you know you have to play a couple games in that second chance bracket and you maybe get 3rd or 4th place, that's a heck of a lot better than getting 7th or 8th. So making sure you don't give up just when you lose one game. That is double elimination. That's the biggest thing, is when you lose, take that as a learning moment. What can we do better? I would love to see Escape Velocity maybe make a run in, and maybe we'll see them in our finals or you know, later on in the tournament. But for now, it is DOK taking on Fortnite Gods. So you see here Fortnite Gods in orange, DOK's in blue. Free Real Estate trying to make a save, but unfortunately right now it's much of the same. Orange team dominating. As we see here, Bro's going to try and dribble it upfield, but once again turned away. XX going to be able to try for a clear, but once again Camo just stops that. And this feels like almost a deja vu here, Jem. The orange team completely in control.
Yeah, completely taking control of that side control. We see Graffiti there is going to be trying to get them sort of clear. Tush is going to try to push it back over to another team. Kraken now rotates in, ready to try to center it up, is going to be trying to contest with Free. It's right in front of the goal, but no one quite there with the right timing to get the goal. And Graffiti's going to get demoed there. Free Real Estate trying to push it toward the goal. And now X is going to, actually no, X is not going to take advantage of that one. Instead, it's going to be sent all the way back over to the OK's goal.
Ooh, Free Real Estate was trying to cherry pick that, or at least make a good save, but Camo immediately going to shut that one down. You know, I would have liked to see Free Real Estate maybe in the goal, but I think he thought he was going to try and make an aerial save, but Camo redirected it at the last moment, and Fortnite Gods up 1-0 here. See if the DOKs could turn it around as Graffiti Bro wins that kickoff. 3MC coming in strong. Camo's going to make a great save. Pushes it away from Free Real Estate as well. What a moment there for Camo. And now Tush going upfield with the pass to Camo, just way too far in front.
3MC there is going to be credited with the save. Now trying to push it off to the side where Free Real Estate is. Kraken's going to stop any sort of clear. That is just going to be stopped there. As Camo continuing on the side control over where Tush is waiting, trying to read out the field. Kraken is waiting back there for the pass, takes it, now goes way up the field, off of the backboard, in front, but not quite the follow-up there. And OKs are just struggling to find any sort of clear. They need to try to take Doxkeys the game to clear it at an angle. They're going to be able to push it up to midfield, but not before Kraken stops them.
Oh, you saw Tush flying in there, wanted another goal. Free Real Estate with a great combo pass. That's what I was talking about in that open with 3MC to get it clear and also give them some space. 3MC is going to pop it up in the air. Graffiti Bros with the pass. 3MC did not have enough momentum, so the Kraken gets a save and a huge clear. Now Camo above the net. Free Real Estate's going to pop it up. Scary spot to be if you're the OKs. That ball's just bouncing in front of your net. Tush makes them pay. Fortnite Gods have a 2-0 lead here, game 1.
Yeah, it's just a great play there. You see all 3 members of the OKs are just kind of bunched up around the goal, and Tush just sees that once Graffiti Bros out of the way, there is no one left to contest there. So gets the better of that contest, scores the goal, and now going to be moving on into the next kickoff. And look at Graffiti there to cheat it out after the initial contest there. He's going to be credited with a shot on goal. Kraken is going to be the one to save that. But okay, that could be start of a little bit of initiative for the OKs. I hope to see more of that.
Kraken with an attempted pass there to Tush, gets broken up. Free real estate, Camo in a one-on-one. Camo denies that completely. Kraken and Tush waiting on the orange side. Ball immediately back in blue. Shot on goal, just wide. Graffiti Bro trying to make the save, but Kraken came out of nowhere from our camera angle. Just like that. We'll see it here again in the replay. Fortnite Gods up 3-0. What a great play.
Man, and if Kraken hadn't gotten that, then Camo was waiting in the back wings to follow up. We're going to go into the next kickoff here. Actually, 3MC getting the better of that one. Now Graffiti, just knocked off course there from the goal. That was a great initial play. We're seeing that's kind of the silver lining here for the OK's performance, is that they've been showing some good initiative in the kickoffs, but once Fortnite Gods kind of get settled in and get that side control going on, then it's very hard for the OKs to find their footing again.
Ooh, that shot's wide. Camo just overdrives it, but Tush is going to try and set him up with a pass. Ball's below him, though, and that's going to ruin everything. Now Graffiti Bros in a one-on-one with Kraken. That's turned away. Camo sets up Kraken perfectly. Free real estate comes in at the last moment to make a great save. He's going to try to pass to Graffiti Bro, but just a bit too high, and that ball's back on the blue side.
Camo's going to be... shot toward the goal. It bounces off the backboard. Now Tush is going to try to corral it. Kraken comes rotating in. Needs to kind of push it in the right direction. Back over to Tush there toward the goal, and 3MC has to save yet again. So now we have 1 minute remaining. Graffiti Bro's going to try. That was just only defended by Camo. If he was able to play it around Camo, that would have been a wide open goal. But quickly, just as they were looking for some sort of goal, it's going to be turned around on them, and Fortnite God's going to get their fourth.
Yeah, Tush takes the shot. I think unfortunately Free Real Estate and 3MC had only one of them gone for the ball. They would have actually saved it, but since they both went for it, kind of ping-ponged off of them and was able to carry into the goal. 4-0 lead here, but a great chance off the kickoff for Free Real Estate, just not quite able to find it. Tush now going to take another shot off the crossbar. Kraken one time, turned away by Free Real Estate. The OK's doing a great job defensively at times, shutting down what could be a much more lopsided scoreline. As Camo with the pass to Kraken, but it's just off to the right. Trance here for Free Real Estate, carrying up the field. Passes it over to 3MC, but Tush just beats him to the ball.
We see 13 shots on goal from Fortnite Gods compared to just 3 for the OKs. The OKs are definitely going to try to huddle up and regroup and try to find some way to change this, because it has been the same for the first 2 games. Orange team just completely dominating in terms of the side control. But for now, Fortnite Gods, all they got to do is let that ball hit the ground, do a little jubilation emote, and they got the first win.
It's a fantastic start for the Fortnite Gods, and as you mentioned, it looked a lot like our first game where the orange team was dominating. Well, since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform, from the moment they joined through their assignment and deployments, and as they transition back to their communities. The USO is always by their side. It's the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament qualifier number 1 here. We just saw Fortnite Gods take control of this best of 3 in game 1 with a 4-0 win over the OKs. We'll see what both sides can do in this 60-second break between matches, but I have to think that once again, this feels like the orange team has the speed, has that mid-air passing, that unless the OKs are able to figure out how to get in those passing lanes, defensively they're a great team, but you can only stop so many shots. And I think that's why we're getting these big score lines, is the orange team in this game. Fortnite Gods, you mentioned 13 shots. 4 goals on 13 shots is about average in Rocket League, because it's going to be about that 3rd or 4th shot in the rotation where everything breaks down, a double commit comes out, and that's where you get the goal.
Well, the one thing I'm looking for in these next few games, as we're getting into all the other matchups in this group play, is I'm looking for that overall team play and the ability to have that mid-air passing that we saw from Untamed, and just trying to kind of work out which team that we see going forward here might be able to match them in the overall final. finals and brackets once we get to that stage. But as for right now, Fortnite Gods, as you said, not only being able to get such great side control, but also they just always had the resources they need. Great job with the boost management, and they are going to be looking good as they head into this next match. This next game, excuse me.
Fortnite Gods on match point. The OK is going to have to try and rally a bit here. Try and come up with a winning game 2 to force this to a winner-take-all game number 3 here. Second game of the night in the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3-on-3 tournament. Eventually going to find ourselves a winner here, and they're all looking to qualify for that final August 21st. It's Free Real Estate with a pass over to Graffiti Bro. He's trying to take control of that ball. Eventually 3MC will do just that with a great pass over to Free Real Estate. Sets it up in front of the goal. There's no one there, and Camo will just clear it away.
Now here's the point where the OKs need to be able to find their turning point, because once Fortnite Gods are able to get this side control, there really hasn't been any opportunity for the OKs to wrest it back from them. Tush there is going to get the first goal less than 30 seconds into the match.
Once again, just another fantastic passing play. Camo to crack into Tush from left to right, back to left there. Fortnite Gods have it all going on right now. And they look well on their way, but there's still plenty of time left in this game, too. Graffiti Bro going to elevate for that kickoff. Can't quite find it. 3MC is going to retreat here as Tush up the wall, looking to center it up for a teammate. Camo is there, but it's a 1-on-2, and Free Real Estate turns away on the double team. Kraken keeps it alive on that blue side with a pass over to Camo. They're both just going to have to bail out as the ball's in the corner.
3MC able to play around Tush. They're great. Camo's going to be the one with the defense there. Now here comes Graffiti Bro with the follow-up and the equalizer. That's what we want to see coming through from the OKs.
It's a fantastic job here. Camo's going to get taken out of that play by 3MC. Nobody back in rotation, and that's sort of a version of what we talked about at the Open, where you got to make sure when you're the aggressor, you have a way to retreat if somebody gets a clean clear. That's exactly what happened there, as we see off the kickoff. Free Real Estate with a great chance here. I think he was looking for a demo onto Camo, just couldn't quite find it.
I would say the kickoffs have been the one thing where the OKs have been shining through the most during this game, certainly doing a lot better than OK during those kickoffs. But right now they just try to need to get that one clear they're looking for. Camo's going to get demoed, but it's not going to matter again to Dutch getting the second goal, putting Fortnite Gods in the lead yet again.
Is the Camo able to barely get that pass off, or at least get the ball towards the goal before he gets demoed, and just inches over 3MC. Tush is able to score that goal and put his team right back in the lead. But you're right, Jim. These kickoffs been huge for the OKs. That one, though, not going their way.
3MC trying to elevate here is going to try. Camo stops that clear from going through. Now Tuch is going to be credited. Actually, Kraken's going to be the one who comes in there, is able to steal that corner boost from the OKs, and that's going to make it just a little bit more difficult for them to defend, and Camo puts it in just the right spot in that goal 2 upper left corner.
Great. I mean, all of these goals have come off of passing plays as well from Fortnite Gods. They're looking incredibly good in this game. Fantastic. This time, Tush is the one setting it up for Camo. And these kickoffs are where the OKs have got to make their plays, because as you mentioned, this is maybe when they've been their best, and Graffiti Bro gets the shot, but it's just saved by Kraken. Now they need to punish. They need a couple more shots, but 3MC is going to overdrive the ball, so will Free Real Estate. That's really going to slow down that offensive push.
Now Tush with the pass over to Camo. That goal looked very wide open. Graffiti Bro was off camera, though, on that back post position, waiting to defend, but Camo, look at him getting his second goal, pushing Fortnite Gods to 4.
Yeah, going to redeem himself there for that missed wide open goal that you mentioned. Great job by Camo recovering, just taking a shot on a wide open net. And Fortnite Gods extend the lead back to 4, or back to 3, excuse me. And we'll see if the OKs have a play here off the kickoff. Great win by Graffiti Bro. But unfortunately, Camo's just going to clear that one away. Put it right back on the side with a great pass to Tuch on the give and go to Camo, but the ball was too slow and wouldn't roll in the net.
That's a great clear for the OKs, though. Fortunately, Free Real Estate wasn't able to get control of that ball, and that left it wide open for Fortnite Gods to just clear it all the way back. Graffiti Bro credited with a save there, but that's not really what they're looking for. They need to get some shots on goal and some side control going. Now, Graffiti Bro was able to pick up that 100 boost. Camo doesn't have any right now. Now he refills on his tank. Kraken not able to have any, and that just leaves him wide open for that demo there. But is there going to be the follow-up to capitalize on it? I don't think so, as Kraken now respawned, able to get a great save, and Tush is going to try to get another shot, finds the hat trick.
Fantastic job by Tush. This might be the first solo goal we've seen from Fortnite Gods as Camo was just trying to play it backwards to somebody. Tush hits the crossbar but follows his own shot in, and we're starting to see a little bit too much of chasing going on from the OKs. Nobody's staying back in their spot in the rotation on that net, and that's why this lead is starting to balloon with 2 minutes and change left on the clock. Free Real Estate can't find the clear. Shot on net. Graffiti Bro, fantastic late save. They still just need to find a clear if you're the OKs and start to set something up. 4 goals in 2 minutes is possible. You just got to start slowly chipping away at it.
That was a great steal of corner boost by Tush there, setting Fortnite Gods with, they basically all had full tanks of boost, and that kind of resource management just allows them to make great plays like this. Tush was just able to boost on in there, push it above 3MC, and get the 6th goal.
It's always unfortunate to be that man alone in the goal when a shot's coming at you. You just kind of have to guess, especially in a game like Rocket League when that ball's flying so fast. I hope that you take the right guess, and 3MC was incredibly close as Camo almost able to get another goal in, but he stopped at the last moment by 3MC. We get a demo off screen onto Tush, but unfortunately it's not enough to alleviate this pressure on the OKs right now. Ball still on this blue side. Graffiti Bro unable to carry it upfield. Camo right at that midfield line, waiting there, plays it over one, but Free Real Estate makes a fantastic save to deny the hat trick.
Now we have about 90 seconds left in this match. Free Real Estate trying to crowd the ball around with 3MC, but just none of them seem to be able to have their footing. Well, it's no wonder, Free Real Estate, you need to go off and pick up some boost. There you go. That's what you need to be able to drive the ball up the field. Graffiti Bro gets demoed, though, so that crucial follow-up to that clear isn't going to be able to come through for them in those few seconds. Right now we got 1 minute remaining. The question is, can the OKs keep this side control going? It doesn't look like it, as Tush is going to pass over to Camo, setting the Fortnite Gods up for another goal.
Back in here, he's looking for a pass. Tush actually going to bail on it, but there is Tush regaining here. Camo now at that midfield stripe, going to stop it from going to the orange side, play it off the wall. Bit of a double commit. I think Kraken actually launched Camo into the air. First real mistake we've seen from the Fortnite Gods, but it's really not going to cost him. The ball's back on the blue side already. 30 seconds left here. Graffiti Bro has a clean clear. Can't get it over Camo, though. And it looks like the Fortnite Gods have kind of just accepted, you know what, this game's in our favor. We can only lose if we start playing really aggressive. So they're just going to hold back at this midfield line and let these final seconds just kind of tick out here as Graffiti Bro can't find a clear.
Yeah, that's just really been the struggle for the teams that have been losing, just not able to consistently clear and then turn that into some lasting side control. So right now, Fortnite Gods are going to pick up their win for this match. They can go back to Tilted Towers with their heads held high and with a good shot at getting into a good seed position for the bracket.
Don't forget, the USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. You have the USO Experience Oklahoma City that's going on right now, the USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup with the top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. More information available at battlefly.com/the-USO/. You can also see it right there on your screen. Fantastic win from Fortnite Gods as well. Looking incredibly strong. I mean, I think at the end there, they kind of pulled off the horses a little bit, took their foots off the gas, so they didn't match that insane number we saw in our first game. But still, I think a very dominant win from Fortnite Gods. And I think if you blanked the scores and you just kind of kept blue and orange, it felt like deja vu, Gem, in just it looked almost identical to our first game where the blue team had some great saves, but the orange team just had so much pressure. Eventually, things went wrong in that second game. The floodgates just kind of burst open.
Yeah, and when blue was able to get a clear, it wasn't really for more than 10 or 15 seconds that they were able to keep the ball on the other side of the field. It was just so easily and consistently just completely side controlled by one team, able to just rack up those goals again and again and again. But I do hope that we see kind of a little bit of a closer game in this next match, but we're just going to have to wait and see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, as I know our goal here is for the night is to stay on the top side of the bracket, so I would be totally happy to see maybe Fortnite Gods and Untamed here in a couple matches down the line, because I think those teams were incredibly talented. But for now, we're going to take a break. We're all trying to figure out who's going to be in the top 8 here for tonight's event. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Rocket League right after this break. Immediately going to shut that one down. You know, I would have liked to see Free State maybe in the goal, but I think he thought he was going to try and make an aerial save, but Camo Free Real Estate's going to pop it up. Scary spot to be if you're the OKs. That ball's just bouncing in front of your net, and Tush makes him pay. Fortnite Gods have a 2-0 lead here, game one.
Yeah, it's just a great play there. You see all three members of the OKs are just kind of bunched up around the goal, and Tush just sees that once Graffiti Bro's out of the way.
Side ball immediately back in blue. Shot on goal just wide. Graffiti Bro trying to make the save, but Kraken came out of nowhere from our camera angle. Just like that. We'll see it here again in the replay. Fortnite Gods up 3-0. What a great play.
Man. Just only defended by Camo. If he was able to play it around Camo, that would have been a wide open goal. But quickly, just as they were looking for some sort of goal, it's going to be turned around on them, and Fortnite God's going to get their fourth.
Yeah, Tush takes the shot. I think unfortunately Free Real Estate and 3MC had only one of them gone.
Because once Fortnite Gods are able to get this side control, there really hasn't been any opportunity for the OKs to wrest it back from them. Tush there is going to get the first goal less than 30 seconds into the match.
Once again, just another fantastic passing play. Camo to Kraken to Tush. From left to right, back to left there, Fortnite.
Able to play around Tush. They're great. Camo's going to be the one with the defense there. Now here comes Graffiti Bro with the follow-up and the equalizer. That's what we want to see coming through from the OKs.
It's a fantastic job here. Camo's going to get taken out of that play by 3MC. Nobody back in rotation, and that's sort of a version of what we talked about at the Open, where
that corner boost from the OKs, and that's going to make it just a little bit more difficult for them to defend, and Camo puts it in just the right spot in that goal to upper left corner.
Great. I mean, all of these goals have come off of passing plays as well from Fortnite Gods. They're looking incredibly good in this game.
That was a great steal of corner boost by Tush there, setting Fortnite Gods with, they basically all had full tanks of boost, and that kind of resource management just allows them to make great plays like this. Tush was just able to boost on in there, push it above 3MC, and get the...
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're here today for the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. Everybody's trying to qualify for that final event happening August 21st with $5,000 on the line. Since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they join, through their assignments and deployments, and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. Fish and Gem here, calling all of the action. We know one of our teams coming up. It is Defiance. Currently, we are in the third round. Defiance had a bye in round one, beat the Legion of Boom, which I'm always excited to see regardless of the event in round two. So we know that they are 1-0 with a bye. Curious to see who their next opponent is going to be, but as we get closer and closer, as we said, the top 8 teams from this event will qualify for our final on August 21st. That 8th place spot is kind of when you can have that exhale, Gem, and you still want to win, don't get me wrong, but when you get to 8th place and when you're in top 8, you get that pressure. It's kind of like, okay, we made it. We accomplished our goal. All we can do here tonight. Now the rest of it is more for fun than it is that pressure of we got to get top 8. We got to get top 8 to continue our journey.
Yeah, very true. I'm just looking forward to trying to see if we're going to see any sort of more competitive game, because we have seen blowouts in the first 2 games. So hopefully what we see for this game is a lot more back and forth, just a lot more of those 1 or 2 goal lead games. We're just going to have to see how it all turns out as we get into the next game. And of course, just a quick reminder on how this overall tournament works. It is double elimination. We're trying to say, as Fish has been saying, on the top side of the bracket, and ties end in the golden goal situation. And of course, top 8 from this event qualify for the USO Experience Oklahoma City Finals on August 21st, 2021.
Yeah, that is, of course, that everybody is gunning for those $5,000 on the line in that finals event $2,500 for the winner, which would be about $833 per team member, $1,500 for second, $500 per person, and $1,000 for third at $333 per person. So cannot wait to see those finals here, but for now, we are just in our first qualifier. And if you have placed in the top 3 at any USO Experience Rocket League Finals before, you are not eligible to play in this tournament. It's always nice to see some fresh faces here, but we are waiting to see who will be taking on Defiance in our third match of the night. We are on to round 3, which means we're slowly whittling it down. I think we started around that 30-team marker, so we're starting to get to the nitty and gritty and get towards that top 8 that we just talked about here. So I think you're right. I'm very curious to see if we do get 2 teams that have that sort of, mid-air ability, because I don't want to discredit our first 2 teams and say that the teams that lost that were, they were just completely overmatched. They had great defensive talent. The problem is they lack that clearing and they lack the offensive ability to be able to keep the score lines even. So we just need 2 offensive teams that are going to go head to toe, especially in those mid-air battles, because I'll be honest, we came into our first game, I didn't know what to expect here, Jem. We've seen some very talented teams that are playing at an incredibly fast level. I mean, the speed here is a lot faster than I was expecting in our first couple games, which goes a lot to say the level of competitors for everybody in this tournament.
And I have to say, it's not just the speed. And it's not just the speed, but overall, it's the ability to be able to actually, we're just going to see hold that thought for just a second and take a look at the bracket here. You can see Chan and Fortnite Gods have already gotten themselves into the top 8 positions here, as well as Unreal Units, Keep It 100, and Defiance. So it's going to be interesting to see those teams, what talents they bring to the field, but still some positions open and still some opportunities to make statements. But I think, like you said, Fish, getting back to my thought, we've seen some teams with great defensive abilities, but when you're having shots on goals thrown at you, 10 to a game, then your defensive abilities have to kind of show through.
Yeah, honestly, I think the biggest thing from that bracket that I took away, of course, we know it is double elimination, so we are only seeing the top side of the bracket. But, I mean, I didn't see Untamed in there. And I don't know if Untamed maybe got knocked out. Maybe, of course, there were teams that weren't in there, so maybe they, we were waiting to see for their game to finish. I was like, we're waiting to see who will be taking on Defiance here. But that would be the one crazy thing is if Untamed, after our first game, got taken out, I would love to know who took them out. But we will learn that as the night goes on. But first, we get Doc's keys to the game presented by the USO Experience. In Rocket League, do not let them have multiple attempts, which we've seen a ton. You got to make sure you limit them to 1 shot. Clear the ball at angles, steal boost, bump, and demo to disrupt. But that last bullet point, you got to make sure you time those demos properly. We've seen a lot of demos from teams, and nothing has come of it because the Rocket League respawn is so fast. Doc's keys are brought to you by the USO Experience. Just like a coach at your side to help you through the match, the USO has been helping the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. Waiting to go here with our third round game. Defiance is already locked in. They had a bye in round 1. They defeated Legion of Boom in round 2. We are waiting to hear who their opponent is going to be. I know I was told it will be a team we have not seen yet. They're just kind of battling it out right now. Probably, I would assume, have to go to a third game, and then we'll give them a little break. So very curious to see who takes on Defiance, and I'm very curious to see, as we get to check in more and more with that bracket, if we do maybe see Untamed get knocked to the second chance side, where we will not see them until the finals, because that was a team that I thought came out incredibly strong here. But right now, we're going to take a look at some replays here of some of the games we've already seen, Jim.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing kind of one of the star players that we saw from last game, and that was going to be Touch here for Fortnite Gods. It's just, I believe Touch actually was one of the players that we've seen get a hat trick so far.
Yeah, he was definitely very, very impressive, and I think that the rest of the team as well just all came together with Camo and Kraken. I thought Camo played incredibly well in more of that, all-around role where he was usually, as you see right here, hanging out of that midfield stripe, setting up players like Tush for some fantastic goals. And I thought the Fortnite Gods as a team played really well together.
Yeah, they really did well. No surprise if they make it into the final brackets. We still are a few positions open, so a lot of great opportunities. And, of course, if you're seeing all of this action and you want to kind of get in on the action yourself, not only for just events like this, but as you can see in the Chiron, recruiting for 2021 League of Legends, Overwatch, Rocket League, and Valorant here at Boise State. So tons of opportunities, whether it's in USO or Boise State. But right now we are covering the Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. and some great play by Tush. And also, I have to say, Fortnite God's just one of those teams, like you can see all of their boost is just, they're all ready to go. And there were multiple opportunities where they were stealing boosts. The OKs have some boost in this particular circumstance, but there were a lot more scenarios where it was Fortnite Gods had all the resources they need to make the plays, and they went ahead and made them.
Yeah, I mean, both times that we've seen it, I would say, I mean, Rocket League doesn't have a great metric for it, but side control is something we talk about here all the time. And I would say side control probably 3.5, 4 minutes for both the Fortnite Gods in that last game, and that's going to lead to boost being stolen because that orange team is spending a lot of time on your blue side. Instead of just 3 cars getting boost, it's now 5, sometimes 6, and so that could definitely lead to those open nets. But I just think the aerial play is really what separated a lot of these teams, is we've seen so many aerial passing plays. But I want to say, we didn't get to see them in those replays, of course, looking at Tush, but there are so many times we get Camo involved and then Kraken, and we've seen 3 or even 4 touch passes, which are just so hard to pull off in a game of Rocket League. So the fact that Fortnite Gods are pulling them off with such, ease, at least looking easy to us, that makes them a big threat going forward in this tournament. I cannot wait to see the further along they get if we're able to catch them again, because that team looked incredibly insane. As we mentioned, we are waiting for our round 3 matchup. We know Defiance is there. They have made top 8 on the winner's side. We're just trying to find out who is going to be joining them here as Fish and Gem get ready for our next round. It is all a best of 3, so it goes very quickly, Gem, but sometimes, you get overtime and you maybe get a third game. That series could be a heck of a lot longer than what we've been seeing so far, which is just 2 quick 2-0s.
I'll just say it is a very refreshing change of pace. I remember just personally when I first started doing Rocket League, we see Satisfaction is going to be the one joining Defiance there. So that bracket's slowly starting to be filled in there, just 2 teams that we don't know about. But man, I remember when I first started doing Fortnite here at Boise State Esports, we had best of 7s, and those were quite marathon. Now normally it's best of 5s, but having these best of 3s, it really changes the dynamic, really speeds up the tournament overall, and really puts the pressure on you if you're kind of the team that loses the first game. And I do have to wonder if that's just sort of contributed a little just to kind of sort of the runaway wins that we've had here. If you just have one game that you lose, the pressure's immediately on you, or else your game ends right there.
I think you're incredibly right. I think the 3-on-3 definitely applies the pressure. I have got an update from production that Untamed, the team we saw in our first event, is currently headed to a Game 3 against Dream, who we have not seen. I would assume that they are competing for one of those 2 empty slots there. So the fact that a team is taking Untamed to Game 3 gives me a lot of hope that these games, as we get further and further along in the bracket, are going to be high action and very, very close, because Untamed looked absolutely insane in our first game, and they've already run into a challenge, and we haven't even made it to top 8 on the upside of the bracket. But we're getting ready to go here with Defiance and Satisfaction. Going to give Satisfaction, I would assume, a few minutes here, maybe catch their breath. Who knows how long their series just lasted in the round before, and then we'll get ready to go with that series. And I cannot wait to see. I think the one thing here is we don't know what Satisfaction did. We do know Defiance had a bye in round 1, which can always be kind of, either hit or miss. You start a little colder. They did take down Legion of Boom in round 2, so they weren't too cold. And it's kind of that question, would you like to be kind of more fresh, or would you like to be seasoned, ready to go? You've been rolling this whole time, because I think Defiance isn't going to have as much fatigue, but there definitely is. Maybe if they even 2-0'd in their first game, they're going to be a bit colder going into this next one, especially with this long break they just had here as well.
But it really is something to see that we've only really heard from one of the teams. The only team we're familiar with in these top 8 is Fortnite Gods, and the other that we just thought would cruise on to the top 8 is currently in a Game 3 right now. So I am very excited to see all this fresh talent that we still haven't heard from tonight. It's going to be great as we start getting into the bracket stage and getting into these quarterfinals.
We're ready to go here with Defiance and Satisfaction. As soon as the players are ready to go, we will hop into it. Best of 3 here. Looking to be one of the teams that make it into those quarterfinals. Of course, it is a double elimination, so haven't quite seen out how that will play in, as I think that top 8 we're looking at is only our winner's side of the bracket. Here we go, Defiance and Satisfaction in our USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3-on-3 tournament qualifier number 1. They're all competing for those finals coming up on August 21st, where there's $5,000 on the line. But right now, they're just trying to improve their seeding and guarantee that they're in the top 8 by the end of the night. And I cannot wait to see Game 1 and see teams we haven't seen before. If we get that dominant team. So far, Orange side, even though there's really no difference, has been the dominating side, Gem. It's not like a lot of the other games where there's a slight edge on one side, or maybe attacking's better on a certain map. It is even across the board, but for whatever reason, our Orange teams have dominated tonight.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the two games that we saw at the start of this night really just were mirror images of each other. So we haven't seen that much of a different story. But if we're having teams taking each other to game threes that we haven't seen yet, then I have a feeling that we still have a lot more competitive matches to get into as we get into kind of the top teams overall tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm very curious. I mean, we talked about it at the start of the show, but I mean, going into this, of course, we know these are two talented teams. They've made it to the third round of competition. I mean, what are you going to be looking for between Defiance and Satisfaction? Because I think you're right. We're probably going to see closer games, so I don't think we'll see as many blowouts. I mean, what are you looking for in our first minute here of game one to maybe give you an edge of who you think is going to be the winning team, or what are you really keeping your eyes on for here?
Well, it's going to be the ability to kind of stabilize after someone gets the initial advantage off that kickoff. What we've seen in the first two games is once one of the teams kind of gets settled in with their side control, if the other team doesn't get some sort of clear and then follows up on that clear about 30 seconds into the match, then we kind of get a sense of who's going to be controlling the game overall. But now we head into game three that we're covering tonight. And right now we're going to be starting it off with a demo.
Yeah, we do waiting to see who's on which side, but a great shot there for the blue team. Gengar going to keep it alive. Turned away at the last moment. K-Frost over to Gengar, right in front of the net, pops up in the air. Can't quite find the double tap though. Scary clear there. Gengar will go retreating. He'll keep it alive for the team in blue. As we see K-Frost now, going to try and maybe pass it to himself. Turned away, ball right in front of the net. Scary spot to be, but K-Frost with a huge save.
Now Gengar is going to be dribbling it up the field, just gets a little bit of disrupt from Orange there. Now Daru we see him there. He was looking to try to go up the field in case of clear, but had to wait just a little bit longer. So we get here that Defiance is going to be blue. That means Satisfaction is going to be on Orange here. So now we see Kaiju. K-Frost actually is going to be the one to clear it all the way back over. And Snaz here looking to corral the ball into the corner. Gengar is going to stop him right there. Center it up. No. Center is stopped right there. And Kaiju is going to be credited with a shot on goal, but no goals thus far. It's kind of something to say because it's been a lot different than the first couple of games that we've broadcast, being a minute and 30 in and no goals.
This game has been incredibly back and forth. You see Gengar up on the wall trying to get towards that goal, going to be turned away. Snaz looking for a goal here for Satisfaction. Open the scoring. Daru takes the shot. It's just high. Huge clear down, and they were way too aggressive, but it's just off the mark. Satisfaction has to be thanking their lucky stars as that should have gone in as Gengar takes one more shot with a pass over to K-Frost, but he can't quite get it. Snaz makes a great save, but Kaiju is going to be the first one to get a goal. Great job by Defiance, taking a huge clear and turning that into offense.
Yeah, and that was a great assist right there. It just gets pushed off the left post, and I think that's all the members of the team kind of pitching in there for that first goal. So now we're about 2 minutes in. 1 goal for Defiance as the kickoff here is going to go in favor of Defiance, it looks like, but Satisfaction fights right back, able to clear that. And a very competitive game thus far, as Daru is going to be looking to try to center it, but Kaiju with a great clear look for Gengar coming up the field here to follow that up is going to be contesting with Snaz, who plays it around him over to Jimmers here. And now Jimmers is going to be looking for that shot toward goal, going to be credited with it, but a save coming from Kaiju.
Okay, Frost to Kaiju got to combine to get a great clear. They barely bump it away from Snaz, with the ball still over on that blue side. Gengar looks for a clear, does get demoed. K-Frost pops up in the air. Kaiju, great opportunity, one-on-one. Him versus Daru, blast him out of the way. What a play by K-Frost. Oh my goodness, I want to see that again. K-Frost with the hero play here. Just says, no, I don't want to 1v1 this. That was insane game awareness from K-Frost.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you see a save coming, just bump the other guy out of the way and let that ball continue on its course. So this kickoff is going to go in favor of Satisfaction if the ball kind of got pinched off to the side there. Daru is going to be fighting. Gengar takes it away from him. And Kaiju now fighting with Jimmers in mid-air. Ball doesn't go quite in the favor of either player, so now Gengar isn't able to keep the play going. Daru is going to steal it away from him, looking for the center here. Watch out! Oh, one of the members of Satisfaction, I think it was Daru, just flew past the ball. He's going to get a bicycle, but no shot on goal.
Gengar, oh, great pass here to K-Frost. Does he have the momentum? They're going to go with the give and go to Kaiju, but he bailed out on it. Huge miscommunication there for the side of Defiance. Now K-Frost all alone has to make a stop in a 1v2. Daru trying to get the follow-up. Excuse me, that was Snaz. Here comes Daru, but now it's a wide open net. Snaz retreating K-Frost in the 1v1, but a great play by Snaz to stop that one.
Daru is going to be pushing up the field. You see Jimmer's running some great interference there, and a demo onto Kaiju just cleared it wide open for Satisfaction. That was a brilliant play.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gengar is going to come oh so close to stopping this one. He just thought the ball was a little bit closer, and as you mentioned, that demo leading to a wide open goal for Snaz. And Satisfaction staying alive. Final 90 seconds here, game number 1. Gengar, tried for the tricky play off the kickoff, not able to find it. K-Frost going to elevate, barely gets it past Daru. There's Kaiju in the corner. But Snaz going to turn that one away. K-Frost now looking to dribble it past him, gets him off his feet. Not able to recover. Gengar with a huge miss, but Kaiju keeps it alive for Defiance. They need that insurance goal. They got to retreat as Jimmer's near midfield, going to get possession of the ball.
See Daru waiting back, but actually didn't have enough boost to contest in mid-air. That gives them the opening to almost get that goal. Kaiju with the shot. Oh, look at that! That is about as close as you can get.
Ooh, K-Frost had another great opportunity. Gengar's got to retreat. He's in a 1-on-3. Snaz racing down, turns it away. K-Frost can't quite find it. Demo onto Kaiju. Snaz trying to set up Jimmers, but he hits it off the crossbar, and K-Frost pops it up in the air. 30 seconds left. Daru hits off the crossbar. Snaz shot, not enough power. And Gengar's going to try and settle this ball. Jimmers can't steal it away. K-Frost needs a big clear here, but it gets stopped. Kaiju's just going to hit it back to K-Frost. They'll clear it down. 20 seconds left here for Satisfaction.
Ooh, but Jim is going to clear it off to the side here, fighting with Kaiju. Kaiju doesn't get what they wanted there, so it's now going to be up to K-Frost. But look at Snaz, they're contesting, just misses off to the left. But there's 5 seconds left. If they make a play here, they might be able to tie it up, push it to overtime. But that great clear there and dribbling from K-Frost up the field is going to be what secures the first victory for Defiance.
And an absolutely insane game. Since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform from the moment they join through their assignments and deployments, and as they transition back into their communities. The USO is always by their side. An absolutely insane game of Rocket League here in round 3 between Defiance and Satisfaction. We had everything. We had the close game that we've been hoping for, but not to mention some fantastic goals. K-Frost, really the hero there, blasting, I think that was Daru, out of the way to open up Kaiju for that second goal that eventually ended up being the game winner. Overall, great Rocket League here, and I think these two teams are incredibly close matched.
And that was really the first game that I saw that we really saw kind of the coordination with the demos to open it up in the goal. You know, we've seen demos before, but unless you have the team coordination and part of a larger plan to just kind of get rid of the opposing defense there, then all they are is just really kind of a showy flash. And then once 3 seconds is gone, they've spawned back, they're back full on boost, and they're back in the game. So I'm great that we're seeing that level of team coordination at this level.
Yeah, and I think honestly that was, I think Defiance felt like they were the slightly better team to me. They had a lot of great opportunities. I mean, they had one where the ball, I mean, as you mentioned, you said it, it was about as close as you can get without actually scoring. That's how far the ball was before it was cleared away. So I think if Defiance maybe cleans it up just a little bit, they should cruise here in game 2. I mean, like a 3-1 scoreline, but we'll see what's going to take place here as Daru can't quite get it clear. Jimmer's coming in, but Kaiju's going to pop it up for K-Frost. Takes a shot, hits off the crossbar. Is there follow? Kaiju has it, but Snaz makes a great save, and Defiance coming oh so close once again.
Now here comes Kaiju. Great shot off the crossbar. Is going to play it off of himself. Gengar's going to get credited with an assist there, but really it is all Kaiju.
A great play. He had K-Frost coming in as well if he did end up missing on it. I think Gengar was retreating. Fast start for Defiance. See if they can keep it up. Satisfaction has been a very impressive team so far as Snaz wins that kickoff. Gengar's got to go retreating. Did not have the angle he wanted on that. Gets stolen away by Snaz right in front of the net, but Daru just barely misses on that one. It was a great opportunity to tie this game up. Now the ball's back on the orange side. Gengar in midair. Tries to clear it around Snaz. Snaz not having any of that. Kaiju and Gengar have to go retreating for the ball.
Now we see Jim here is going to be passing it over to Daru, who gets a nice shot on goal, but it is saved by Kaiju there. Ball heads back into midfield as Jim passes it back over. Is going to play it himself, but isn't able quite to get the center. No, he is. Oh, Jim, just another shot toward goal, but it's just off of the right post.
Frost trying to set something up for Gengar, but Daru's going to just barely dunk it over him. Pass over to Kaiju, but it's not strong enough. As Jimmer's now in a 1-on-2, trying to air dribble this one in. Can't even get it past K-Frost, but they all kind of land on each other. Eventually, K-Frost able to get that ball barely out of there in time. Snaz setting something up. Jimmers takes a shot. Huge save by Gengar. No follow-up either. Now Kaiju in a 1-on-1. It's him versus Daru. Gets him off his feet, but a great save. And that one's going to get pushed away.
Here comes Gengar. It's going to bump right into Daru there. K-Frost with a nice shot there, stopped immediately by Snaz. Kaiju looking to keep the ball in play. Now back over to K-Frost. Gengar is waiting in midfield. It's filled up on boost. Now going to come in to try to center it up, but unfortunately runs into a lot of interference. Now here's the opportunity for Snaz. Just off to the left of the goal. Daru tried to come in there, but ran into Defiance. And so no shots on goal for the last few seconds.
Gengar now looking to make a play with the pass over to a teammate. Oh, Jimmers missed on it. That's huge. K-Frost going to get a wide open net. A huge breakdown at the worst possible time for Satisfaction as Gengar gets a great clear. Jimmers misses on it. Snaz, I think, was going for the demo there. And Daru can't get there in time, and K-Frost makes it a 2-0 game pretty much all by himself.
Now this next kickoff, the kickoffs have been kind of evenly split, but look at Jim there, over to Daru there with the better of that kickoff. Snaz with the follow-up, but it gets saved by K-Frost. Now here comes Kaiju. He's going to be pushing it in mid-air. What a great play off of Gengar there, off to get a shot on goal, but isn't going to find it. But I have to say, that's some great mid-air play there by Gengar.
K-Frost now dribbling it up the field, dodges a demo, eventually gets bumped out of the way, but Kaiju's there to take it. K-Frost bumps it down. I think they wanted Gengar to be there a little bit quicker in the rotation, but they'll have to retreat as Kaiju challenges that one. Gengar retreating, making sure nothing gets past them in this final half of Game 2 as Defiance looks to advance to the next round. Jimmers can't quite find it. Daru and Kaiju battling now. Snaz has possession of the ball, tries to carry it in, and he muscles that ball to the back of the net just like that. Snaz has gotten us back to a 1-goal game.
Well, that's one thing that Satisfaction has been really good at, is keeping this game competitive, the closest that we have seen thus far tonight. Now with this next kickoff, Satisfaction has had a, just again, that's kind of been the way that they've kind of won those initial kickoffs, is this kind of whoa, look, let me finish my thought for a second here.
That's just a great play by Kaiju. Sometimes it's not who gets the first touch on the kickoff, it's who gets the second, because Kaiju put himself in a great spot to take that kickoff the length of the field. Saw a demo off screen from Jimmers onto, I think, K-Frost, and maybe it might have taken him out of rotation. We talk about that all the time. Is almost an identical start to this one, except it's Gengar instead of Kaiju, though this time Daru reads it perfectly, and he's going to stop that one before it gets started. Jimmers now in the corner, plays it over Kaiju, but they're starting to run out of time here for the side of Satisfaction. Kaiju wants one more, but K-Frost not there. Gengar racing in, bails out, but a bad touch there, puts it right in front of the net, but Daru's just going to take it up the field. It's a shot over K-Frost. Ball barely saved the time.
90 seconds left in this match. Gengar and Kaiju are pushing the ball up the field. Now K-Frost is going to be contesting with Jim there. Not able to get it up the field. In fact, is going to be credited with a save, as Jimmers is the one to get the shot on goal there. Now here comes K-Frost pushing it up the field, where Snaz, is the one to get the save, and now is on the counter attack. Gengar with the contest with Jimmers in mid-air there is going to be able to go up the field towards where K-Frost is, trying to center it up, but all the members of Satisfaction are trying to stop another goal from Defiance.
Kaiju looks like he's trying to get this ball, actually gets centered there by Daru, but K-Frost can't get there in time. Under a minute left. Satisfaction probably has to score here if they have any hopes of getting this game to overtime. Snaz takes a great shot. It's double committed, but it is saved. Jimmers gets a touch on it, but just not fast enough, unfortunately. Now Daru, one last chance. Pass over to Snaz, but Kaiju just gets in the way of that shot as well. And a great defensive effort there from Defiance in those last 20 seconds.
30 seconds left in this match. Defiance looking like they are probably going to go on to the next round, but we're just going to have to see. Satisfaction needs to make something happen right now, and Daru is going to find himself in this corner looking for the right pass. Unfortunately, Snaz is going to be taken away by Kaiju, and that allows the Defiance to keep the side control going, stopping Satisfaction for those crucial few seconds. And with 3 seconds left, all the ball has to do is hit the ground, and that's going to be it for Defiance, winning their quarterfinal match.
Defiance advancing to the next round. Don't forget the USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. The USO Experience Oklahoma City, which we've got going on right now, the USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup with top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. There's more information at battlefly.com/the-USO.
I will say, Fish, it is one thing just trying to mentally deal with the new reality and kind of reckoning there are 6 service branches now. You just grow up. It's like when you're growing up and you're told that there are 9 planets because Pluto, and then all of a sudden they say there are 8, and you have to kind of refocus your mind in that regard. But it's great that we have all 6 service branches competing in these programs. We can see here in this bracket, Chan and Dream are going to be the ones advancing with Defiance to those semifinals.
Yeah, it feels like we've maybe been a bad luck here as Fortnite Gods losing to Chan. Dream, as we mentioned, was playing Untamed in the round before our bracket here, and they also sent Untamed down to that second chance side. So hopefully Defiance able to break the curse, because the other 2 teams we have watched have lost immediately after we got a chance to spectate them. But I cannot wait to maybe catch that matchup of Chan and Dream, because they took out the 2 teams that, for me, were the most impressive. We got Keep It 100 and Unreal Units as well, battling it out to take on Defiance here. So going to be a great semifinal. Don't forget, this is a double elimination, so somebody's going to maybe sneak back up from that second chance bracket and have a chance here at that championship. We will have to see, but right now all of these teams pretty much locked in that top 8 spot that we talked about for that final event coming up August 21st. Now it's just all for seeding, and I cannot wait to see what our next event is going to be. I'd love to see Chan and Dream, though, because if you knock out Untamed and Fortnite Gods, you have to be incredibly talented.
I do know what team Glovely is rooting for now, though. He's rooting for Defiance, because any player that has their tag as a Pokemon, I know Glovely, who's in the arena with us tonight, is going to be rooting for them. So we're already kind of seeing the general environment shaping up here, and what teams that certain people are going to be rooting for. Defiance joined by Chan and Dream in those semifinals. We're just going to have to see if Keep It 100 or Unreal Units joins them.
Yeah, and I do fully expect we'll maybe get Chan and Dream to maybe get a look at some new teams, and those are the teams that, I mean, like I said, they knocked off the teams who I thought were the best teams. So I'll be very curious to see whatever matchup we get in our semifinals. But before we get to that, and while we wait for our semifinals to fully flesh out, we've got some replays here to take a look at from our most recent game, which as we talked about, maybe our most competitive game. But I thought Defiance really played an incredibly well, all-around game, and I think that they probably could have won by more goals, because it felt like even though the scoreline was close, Jim, they were almost always in control.
Yeah, it really could have gone either way, as we're going to take a look back at the gameplay that got us to this point here. And Gengar was one of the key players for Defiance. As all of them really was kind of spread out between all of them as the major playmakers.
Yeah, I thought K-Frost and Kaiju did a fantastic job of keeping up that forward pressure, and as you mentioned, Gengar was kind of all over the place doing everything, but I thought this Defiance squad, they did another great job. They didn't have the mid-air passing like we saw from our other teams, but they definitely had just that pass. That was a great play by K-Frost. Still, probably the best play I've seen, just blasting somebody out of the way, but I felt like they had the best coordination of figuring out how to get clears, because we haven't really seen a team that gets pressured have a great way to get it clear, because most of those teams just kind of got taken out and would lose by 4 or 5 goals. So I thought that was something Defiance really did we haven't seen much of tonight, which was when the ball's on your side, making a save, but also finding a way to get a clear, because that goes a long way in making sure that you don't end up losing.
See another play here. It seemed like Satisfaction was just always 1 or 2 goals away, and it could have been a play like that from Snaz. Just a beautiful dunk right there at just the right angle. They were never more than 2 goals away from finding it, but just great play there by K-Frost. I'm really excited to see if this is what we're seeing in the quarterfinals. Then I can't wait to see the semis.
Yeah, and K-Frost made a spectacular solo play there as well. Like I said, this Defiance team, not as aerially talented as Untamed and Fortnite Gods, but I think just all around a lot more sound and dealt with that pressure. And as you mentioned, Satisfaction was always just about one goal behind. They get a great play from someone like Snaz, who just kind of would muscle the ball into the back of the net, but they just never had consistent opportunities to be able to find goals to really kind of, keep this series close. But, overall, Defiance wins. We might see more from Satisfaction. As I mentioned, this is a double elimination tournament, so you never know what's going on in that second chance bracket. We've been on the top side of the bracket all night, so somebody's eventually going to come out and pop back up in that grand finals here, so we will see who that is going to be. But as these replays come to a close, we will take a quick break. Which semifinal we're going to get a chance to look at? Who's going to punch their ticket into winners finals? We're about to find out right after this break. Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena here today for the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament, the first qualifier where we'll be trying to qualify for that final event happening on August 21st. We're down to our winners semifinals. We still have the second chance bracket going on in the background, which you might take a look at here in just a little bit. But as we said before the break, our matchup is going to be, once again, two teams we have not had a chance to look at here, with Fish and Gem calling all the action. It will be Chan taking on Dream. Now, Chan did take down Fortnite Gods in our quarterfinals of the winners bracket that we were not able to see, so I cannot wait to see how that team plays. It is double elimination, everything pretty standard when it comes to the Rocket League side of things. A best of 3 overall, and as I mentioned, the top 8 from this event qualifying for that finals on August 21st, where there's $5,000 of prize pool available for the top 3 teams. But I can't wait for this first semifinal, Gem, and I think that it's going to be a huge show of whoever took down Fortnite Gods, which is Chan, how they perform, because I thought Fortnite Gods looked insane, and they clearly got handled as soon as we turned away.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the end of the road for Fortnite Gods. As we've been saying all night, there is that lower bracket, so they are going to be getting a second chance. And another team that's currently fighting for their second chance,
Untamed.
Untamed, thank you. I saw Unreal there. I was just getting a little bit off track. But Untamed Esports, which we saw in the first round, had such a dominant performance. But they are actually currently fighting in the lower bracket to try to get their second chance. So whoever took down them,
I believe Dream was the team that took down them.
Okay,
so
show me what they have.
Yeah.
The team that took down. The team that took down Unreal, which Untamed, excuse me, which had such an amazing start to the night.
Yep. Well, we are ready to go. So we get the team that beat Untamed versus the team that beat Fortnite Gods. It's Chan and Dream here in our winners semifinals. Who is moving on to winners finals? They pretty much already punched their ticket, I'd have to assume, into those final events we've been talking about coming up in a few weeks. Now they're just all fighting for seeding. It's Chan and Dream here, best of 3. Chan in the blue, Dream in the orange. And right off the kickoff here, Chris going to try and carry this upfield. And he's unfortunately going to lose his dribble. Ball bounces right behind him. Dauntless was setting up for a play. Not able to find it, though. Is Mateo able to make a great save. Ball in front of the net! And I think that might have been an own goal. We'll have to see here.
As Dauntless is trying to center it. It might have been an unintentional redirect, I think.
Yeah, maybe they just didn't even get a nose on that one, because that ball just kind of eventually bounced in. So Dream with the 1-0 lead. Poor Chan, oddly enough, maybe the namesake of the team, gets a great start here. But Chris just going to clear that one down. Mateo hanging back there as Dauntless now has to retreat. JD is going to take it upfield.
JD is going to be advancing with Dauntless there, but they aren't able to center it, and Chan with a great save and clear to boot there. And now Kylsk here is going to try to center it, but Crisp is able to take it away from them before they have any opportunity to do so. And another push up the field there by Dream is going to be stopped. And I got to say, neither team has been able to get a lot of side control for more than, say, 10 or 20 seconds.
Mateo is going to get a great pass over to Chan. Kind of double bounces around, but the ball's now finally going to end up in the side of the orange as Dauntless now carrying it upfield. Can't quite get around Mateo, though. We do see a demo off screen onto JD, but it's not going to matter. It's Kyle's not able to get a great clear. JD takes a shot. Chan makes a save. Chan looking for a blue side clear here, and finally Chan gets it over to that orange side.
Now Crisp with the pass over to JD, over to Dauntless, is going to be stopped there by Kylix there. Dauntless with the demo onto Chan. That allowed them, I believe that played a big part in helping them get that goal.
And Mateo trying to hold back in the net. Didn't quite see the guy above him, unfortunately, as Dauntless able to hit that one in. And unfortunately, Chan falling behind 2-0 already. Off this kickoff, though, Chan with a great win. Dauntless, though, reads it perfectly. He's going to carry it up midfield. He looks for a pass to JD, but he can't get there in time, and Mateo is going to make a great save. JD will keep it alive, though. We get a demo off screen. Back pass to Chris. Hits off the crossbar. Now Mateo gets a chance to dribble it upfield, pops it up over one. Pass over to Carlson. He's going to be able to make it 2-1.
Wow, that's a great goal there. A lot of great passing up the field, just a little bit of a flick over there. Just a tiny redirect was enough. Dauntless not able to save that in time. That drives it back to a one-goal game.
See how this kickoff goes here, as Mateo is going to win that one. Almost identical to the last one as Dauntless takes it up midfield from the exact same spot. But this time he won't be stopped. He makes it 3-1 in a heartbeat.
That's great mid-air control there. Actually flipped over there. Be able to drive that ball all the way toward the goal. Pretty quick off the kickoff as well, and that's kind of can be the turning point that we've seen in a lot of these games. Actually, Dauntless isn't able to get the better of that kickoff. It's going to be left up to Chan, who misses there. Now up to Mateo. And a great demo onto Dauntless. Could give Chan just the few seconds they need to drive the ball all the way up with the pass back over to Chan, but just not quite there with the redirect. Just going to drive the ball to the left of the goal.
Ball kept alive there by Kylston. Now Chan takes a shot, rolls right into Crisp's hood. He's going to try and clear, but Mateo will keep that away from him. Chan beats Dauntless to the ball off the backboard. Perfect play by Chan. He sets up Kyles. And just like that, it's 3-2.
And Chan with a great play there. JD trying to elevate, but just hit the button a little bit too soon there. It already reached the top right as the ball went under him. Now the kickoff. Ooh, look at Kylix there trying to cheat it out. But it's going to be Chris with the pass over to JD, who gets a bit of side control going for Dream. They would love to get a goal here just to try to push them back to that 2-goal lead.
Chan gets demoed from behind by Dauntless. JD keeps it in front of the net. Ooh, Madio with a 2-on-1 wins it. And now Kylix trying to get the pass to Chan. He got demoed from behind by JD. That was a great opportunity to tie this game up for Chan. Unfortunately, just not quite able to get it done. Dauntless carrying it towards midfield. Chan off the respawn. Will hit it back to the orange side where Crisp is waiting for it. Madio racing for it, not able to get there. And now Chan has to make a play to keep it on that orange side, but JD's going to hit it right back off the backboard. JD makes it 4-2 with 1:40 on the clock.
That's exactly the kind of breathing room they were looking for there, as a great little play from Crisp over to JD. All Chan could do was really watch as the ball rolled into the goal. Now we have about 1:40 left in this match. Kickoff in the favor of Kylix there, as Chan is going to chase after it. All three members of Dream have filled up on boosts and are now driving the ball back over to Chan's goal. Dauntless wasn't able to get the angle, so JD has to rotate back and play some defense here. It's going to be Madio plays it around him. Chris credited with a save there. And now Dauntless clearing the ball way back over to Chan's goal.
Ooh, almost a huge save there from Kylix, but unfortunately just couldn't get the rebound attempt stopped. And that's going to be a hat trick there, I think, for Dauntless, who ends up getting credit. Excuse me, that was Madio who nearly made a great save. The ball was just a little too far gone. And that 5-2 lead now, that is going to be a tough one to overcome here in the final 75 seconds. That's a great start here for Chan. He just needs to dribble it right towards the net. Rebound attempt. Dauntless with a scary spot. Leaves it for Kylix, but it gets cleared away. Almost goes coast to coast for Chris. And that was a great chance. Just barely missed out for Chan.
Demo is going to be going on to Dauntless here. Madio is going to be in the corner. JD actually is able to center it or drive it back to the other side of the field. Kylix now looking for this clear with the pass over to Chan. Dauntless takes it away from him. JD in the corner here. Crisp is going to hang back and pick up some boost while Madio stops this clear from going forward with a nice hit there back toward the center. The Dream continues their overall push. Now here comes Kylix with the pass down to Chan, up and to the right of the goal. Follow up from Madio, and that's a beautiful shot, putting them back within 2 goals.
Barely keeping the hopes alive. Great team passing there from Kylix to Chan over to Madio. This kickoff is huge, because if they can score off this kickoff, give themselves maybe 20-ish seconds or so to get 1 goal. I like Chan's chances, but if they're not able to score off this kickoff, it's going to just take way too long. As I've seen this play before. It's Dauntless in the corner right off the kickoff. This time he's going to at least get it over to the blue side where JD will slam it home, and he'll slam shut the hopes of Chan as well in game 1, and that 6-3 lead in 20 seconds. Probably just a bit too much.
And Madio and Chan. Madio was just turning around there and wasn't able to make it in time. He was just facing the wrong direction. Now Dream most likely going to be getting their first win, putting them at match point in this best of 3. Going to be probably moving on to finals if they win this. Chan gets a demo onto JD there as Madio gets credited with a save. JD is going to have another shot on goal and just rotate it up too far.
I mean, you have to understand, Chan's just trying to put anything on the in the board that they can. At least maybe have a miracle happen, but JD with a great read. And as you mentioned, it looks like Dream well on their way to claiming this game 1 win, but I wouldn't count Chan out just yet. This team had a bunch of opportunities, just couldn't quite seal the deal. This game 2, I would expect to be a lot closer here, as this one will score as time expires. Just the extra exclamation mark on the end for JD and company and Dream. Nice statement here in game 1 of these semifinals.
Well, that's going to be the first game all wrapped up with 0 seconds left on the clock. Maybe a few seconds as we add it back. All that ball has to do, it's hit the ground. That's going to be the victory for Dream there.
Excellent start to that for Dream. We'll see if they can continue that in game number 2. Since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform from the moment they joined through their assignments and deployments and as they transition back into their communities. The USO is always by their side. Getting closer and closer to our winners finals. Then we'll hop down into that second chance bracket and see who's going to have a chance to take the overall title in the grand finals of the night. But so far, I think Chan and Dream looking very impressive, Gem. Dream especially with some great combo plays, but I think Chan, maybe just a couple of those goals, especially at the end there, those, I wouldn't really count those against those 2 goals from JD. So, I mean, a very close overall game, and I think that this game 2 is going to be a lot closer than game 1 was.
One thing I'm noticing that kind of is kind of demonstrating a bit of a skill kind of jump from the first couple of rounds to what we're seeing now is normally we've been treating some of those kickoff goals as if you're able to do it and the other 2 are rotating back trying to get some boost, then you have a wide open goal. But one thing I've been noticing is that the team's technique is so immaculate and they're so fast in rotating back for that boost that they're ready to rebound that ball. So the kind of the whole mentality that we've had for the first few games of, oh, they're back getting boost, the goal's wide open. We can't have that mentality anymore because these teams are so fast in getting around the field.
Yeah, I think the other thing you got to watch out for is it's not always who just wins the kickoff. It's about who gets that second hit, because we saw Dauntless
right there
basically score from the second hit after it looked like Chan had won. As we kick off game 2, Crisp and company in a very familiar location right in front of that Chan goal, but it is going to get cleared away. JD will go retreating as Kyle's trying to pressure him. Now Madio has to stop Crisp, and he does just that. Gets in the passing lane, but there's one more attempt here coming from Dauntless, but a huge save. I think that was Madio once again to keep us in a 0-0 game.
Chan is going to be able to get the better of that one, contesting with JD. Going to be centering it up for Kylex there, who finds the goal. And that's interesting because that ball wasn't traveling very fast.
Yeah, he just kind of caught Crisp off guard. He just sitting flat-footed. I think he tried to back into that one, which still would have hit into the back of the net. Chris just kind of got caught stuck on the ground, and that's a great first goal for Chan. We'll see if they can add another one here to their tally as Madio gets the ball to the orange side, but Crisp looking for some redemption, going to carry it up the field. Chan will just blast it back. Actually, it's a great pass over to Madio. Counts to finish, but Dauntless gets in the way.
He's kind of looking to try to get some sort of clear there, but just not quite in the right positioning. Crisp is going to be credited with that save. Pass over to Dauntless. Madio's going to stop that midfield. Push continues on from Crisp. A nice little pop off the roof there. And a demo coming on to Chan there. Are they going to be able to take advantage of that in the next few seconds? Doesn't quite look like it.
And Crisp, I think, thought he had a teammate there as Dauntless take a shot. Kylex able to turn that one away. Crisp can't keep it alive. Now it's a wide open net, but they should be able to get there in time. And I think that ball was a little off center as well. As Dauntless now clears it around 1. Crisp going to get it around Chan. Great combo play. He'll take the shot. JD racing in. He thought Kylex was going to hit that ball. And that kind of threw him off as Madio gets the demo to kind of reset everything.
Dauntless going to try to be pushing it, dribbling it in midair toward the goal. Crisp here, look out. That was a great play by Kylex there to stop it from going in the goal. Dauntless is going to try yet again, keeping that side control going for Dream. They have only 3 shots on goals thus far, which is kind of a far cry from how the night began. Both of these teams having such great defense and preventing these goal opportunities from coming through. That's another demo onto Kylex there, but no real follow-up to make any sort of mileage out of it.
Ooh, Chan barely gets it around JD, but that ball's way too fast. Madio with the great dimmer. Kylex is there. Wanted the shot. It's actually going to waterfall nearly in front of the net, but JD makes a great save. Dauntless now has Chan in front of him, trying to dribble it past him. Not going to come close, and that ball gets hit back to the orange side where Madio just muscles through, gets that ball back towards the corner, but Dauntless clears it just barely out of the reach of Chan.
Ball still in midfield. Crisp with a great shot on goal there, actually, from midfield. Now Dauntless is going to be stopped by Chan there. Crisp with a nice control there. He's going to be passing it back over to JD, who gets a great shot on goal, but Chan's there with the save. Dream certainly hasn't been for a lack of trying, but the defense from Chan to keep this 1-goal lead hanging on to it has been great. And another demo from Dream. They've been getting a good amount of demos, but no goals, and that's what really counts.
Yeah, Crisp has been kind of committing to demoing the goalie and hoping his team can back him up, and they just haven't been able to convert as Chan sets it up perfectly for Madio. Now it's wide. They've got to get back in a hurry. Kylex is there to hit that ball right back to the orange side. Sets it up for Chan. What a great save by JD. Dauntless barely racing in, beats Madio to the ball. Crisp now gets it around one. He's got Madio in front of him. He'll just clear it past him. Kylix the last man there to stop him. Dauntless centers it up, but JD gets bumped out of the way, and that's another great chance for Dream they can't convert on.
Ooh, and a nice two demos, just kind of trading back and forth between both teams there, and a little bit of a bump into each other with JD and Chan. Now both teams back up to full strength. Madio driving up the field with Kylix, but ooh, that is not the angle that he wanted. It just went clear off into the right, giving Crisp the opportunity here. Drive toward the goal, pop off the roof there. Stopped by Kylix for a bit of redemption there. Chan might be able to get this with just a 1-goal lead.
Chan looking to maybe keep his team that insurance goal. JD keeps away from him. Kylix shot way high of the net. Crisp can't quite get to it. He'll end up landing right on that ball as Chan goes flying past. Madio can't stop him either. He's got to recover in a hurry as Dauntless looking for the centering pass. He's got JD right in the middle, but Kylix reads it perfectly. Now Crisp can't keep it alive either. That's an open net, but Dauntless is there in time.
30 seconds left. Ooh, that's a big demo onto Chan there, but again, they aren't able to convert on it. Crisp with the pass over to JD. Huge shot toward the goal, just a little bit inaccurate toward the right. Great play from Madio, driving it off to the left. Oh man, they're trying so hard, Dream, but they only have 10 seconds left to make something happen.
JD gonna get it back to Dauntless. One last chance here, over to Crisp. They go for the give and go. Crisp doesn't get a good touch on it.
Woo.
And that makes that ball just kind of fall harmlessly to the turf. And Chan, for the first time, has forced us to a Game 3. Don't forget, the USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. The USO Experience Oklahoma City, the USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup with the top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. There's more information available at battleflight.com/the-USO. It's also the URL right on your screen right now. For the first time tonight, we get ourselves a Game 3 here on the caster desk between Chan and Dream. Fantastic effort from both these teams, and Chan coming out with that 1 goal. They held on to it to the very, very end, and we talked about it a lot. I like what Crisp was trying to do, Jeb. He was trying to get demos on the goalie, open things up. The problem was, I don't know if it just wasn't communicated or his teammates weren't there for it, but he'd get a demo and the ball would just kind of bounce around harmlessly because there was no one for Dream near the ball. They've just got to communicate better when they're going to go for demos and when they're not.
Yeah, the communication has to be almost perfect if you want to try to convert on a demo. But I just saw so many attempts there and just really clutch there. I think probably one of the most clutch goals was Madio, who just had the right amount, was able to elevate at just the right time to knock the ball off to the side with about 15 seconds left on the clock. That ball was definitely going in the goal and would have driven us to overtime. So huge shout out to Madio with some great defensive play, giving Chan the opportunity to still advance to the finals.
Game 3, somebody's going to winter finals, somebody else is falling down to the second chance bracket. Who's it going to be? Well, Chan! It's a great start there from their namesake as he blasted home to give his team a 1-0 lead.
Well, it's kind of the same thing that happened in Game 2, so maybe this is how they went. That positioning, though, that is about as up and to the left as you can get it without it hitting the crossbar.
Yeah, you're not going to find a better target for a goal. You're going to score, I'd say, about 90% of the time you aim it there. As Crisp, once again, he was so fantastic in setting his team up in Game 2, just could not convert. Can he do something here for his team? He's going to wait to see what Madio wants to do. Chan's just going to steal it away from him and clear it across the map, but JD's right there. Kylix waiting back in the net, solid defensively as ever, and he's going to clear it away as Dauntless can't quite get to it. Chan just feels like they're playing it a bit faster than Dream is right now.
Yeah, Dream is just trying to stagger around, trying to find a clear. Now here comes Chris. Pass over to JD is taken away by Chan there, who read that play perfectly. Dauntless is going to try again, trying to center it up. In comes Chris. The ball is lobbed way high up in the air, trying to look for a dunk, but Madio is able to get to the ball before they can do that. Now Kylix, credited with the save, is going to drive the ball up the field. Pass over to Chan, just a little bit too far up and to the right, but Chan just looks like they have completely come alive in this third game.
The team would like more than 1 goal this time as Crisp takes a shot. Huge save by Chan, as you mentioned. He is awoken for Game 3 when his team needs him most. Dauntless still able to clear that one until Kylix comes in Hits it back to the blue corner. Chan and Dauntless going to get tangled up there. Madio and JD as well, kind of battling that midfield stripe. Chan takes a shot, looking for the double tap way too high. Kylix will merely miss the finish. Now Madio's got to be careful as Chris just kind of lobs one on net. But great stop by Madio to redirect that ball.
Ooh, and that was a great play from Kylix there too, pushing the ball off to the corner, stopping a shot on goal coming through from Dream here. Now here comes JD, isn't able, that clear just died before it started as Kylix was right there reading him. Now here comes Madio, is gonna hit the ball just about the same time as Chris. Kylix dribbling the ball, hits, it runs right into JD. The ball's pretty midfield, opening, oh, Dream, they gotta be kicking themselves for that one.
Just going way too far forward. You see JD's gonna get caught up there. Dauntless, I think, thought the ball was going to the orange side. You see him try and turn around, but wide open net. Chan's not gonna miss those. Just like that, Chan's up 2-0 here at Gabe 3 off the kickoff. Madio wins that one incredibly cleanly, but Crisp in a fantastic spot. He's gonna air dribble at the length of the field, set up Dauntless, but Chan reads it perfectly. JD, last attempt. He'll sneak it past Madio, and he'll get that one back and make it a one-goal game again.
That's some great mid-air dribbling by Chris. Dauntless setting it up for JD, plays it right past Madio, no one left in the goal. That brings it to a one-goal game for Dream, still showing that they have a lot of life left in them. Chan and JD are just gonna pinch that off to the side. Madio is gonna follow up on that one. Now is ready to stop that clear. Kylix, just not in the right position. Crisp drives it over to the other side of the field. Now Dauntless is going to be looking to pass it to JD to drive it up the field. Crisp just a little bit too high. Follow-up from Dauntless, but all the members of Chan are in front of the goal there. That ball is not going to go in.
Ooh, Kylix from the impossible angle gives his team a 2-goal lead. You see him racing down. JD retreating. I think was waiting for a setter. He pass. Did not expect the angle there. What a play by Kylix to put his team back in front by 2.
Next kickoff in the favor of Chan here. Oh, Madio goes right past him, has to drive back there. That ball was going much faster. That could have been a wide open goal. Madio's just gonna run right into the side of Crisp there. Just a little bit of a snafu there, but the ball gets grounded back over to where JD is. Still hasn't found the clear that he's looking for.
Yeah, I think they tried the clear. JD ended up blocking that ball, and that's why we're still in this position as Madio puts it right in front of the net. Trying to keep it alive for his team, but now it looks like Dream's going to be able to clear it away. Crisp with a great pass from JD off the backboard, but Chan immediately blasts it back to midfield with an assist from Kylix back to the orange side. JD one more time here. This time he gets a clean rebound attempt, but Madio's in the goal, and he'll clear it away.
Ball center field. JD elevating up. Doesn't have anyone to pass it to, so Chan takes it away. That's going to be Crisp. Kylix takes it right away from him. Now Dauntless trying to get it clear. Ooh, that 50-50 isn't going to go in favor of either. Instead, it's going to be driven off to the side. Here comes Chris. Pass over to Dauntless. Dauntless just a bit too late in that one. So Chan going up. Pushes it to the other side of the field. 2 demos, 1 for each team.
Ooh, JD wanted the rebound, but Kylix just stopped it. Dauntless now. Ooh, Madio with a bad pass. Kylix and Chan both retreating. You see Crisp, he went for the demo. Couldn't find anything, and now his team is going to have to be forced to reset here as Madio gets a good touch this time. Crisp up in the air. Madio will stop him once again. 38 seconds on the clock here. Trying to close this gap. Dream's just running out of time. Crisp and company. Oh, we got a rule 1 here between Crisp and Madio. It's going to be a 2-on-2. Oh, man, this is going to be tough for the side of Dream with just two members now. Maybe someone goes over there and breaks it up, but Kylix actually might break it up with a great goal as it rolls in. And unfortunately for the side of Dream, it looks like their dream of staying in winner's side is going to come to an end.
Yeah, at this point, oh, it looks like...
Oh, yeah, I think Crisp, we saw him at the final end of that goal. You can see in the chat, he broke the Rule 1, which all has pretty much probably sealed Dream's fate for the rest of this tournament.
I mean, yeah, it's not going to make that much of a difference.
No, you don't break the Rule 1.
I know,
it's
an honor. I know it's an honor thing. I'm just talking in terms of pure score. It's not making that much of a difference right now. But you're right. You know,
never want that.
Thing,
you never want that karma on your side. It's
yeah,
one of
a lot of bad blood in the water now.
It's one of what I've been told on Reddit, the 6 rules of Rocket League. And they have broken one, so I will love to see.
That's always a reliable source.
Hey, I mean, I'm just telling you what they are. I mean, the rule 1, do not break it if you get tied up. So I would be curious to see. Dream would not shock me if they bow out of this tournament in the second chance bracket immediately in their next game, because Karma is out to get them. But we have set up our winners finals between Chan and Defiance. The first time we'll get a chance to look at a team for the second time in Defiance and in Chan. Not going to see what Unreal Units had, but cannot wait for this winter finals. After that, we'll hop down into the second chance bracket until we get our grand finals of the night. But before we take a break, do you have any thoughts on that insane semifinal, our first game 3 of the night, Jim?
I just wouldn't want to be going into losers bracket with everyone saying, hey, they broke rule 1.
You're a known rule 1 breaker. If Chan gets eliminated, they might even have some more in store for them. But we will wait to see how that storyline unfolds. For now, it's Chan and Defiance in our winners finals. Who's going on to the grand finals? Who has to drop down to the second chance bracket? Find out after this break.
It keeps me connected to my little girls, and it keeps them connected to me. It helps them know that I am safe and I'm doing okay.
I work with the USO's reading program here, which is a leg of the Bob Hope Legacy Reading Program. What I really like the most about this program is, unlike a FaceTime or a video conference, this is something that the child can watch over and over again in the absence of the parent, or in the absence of communication with the parent or loved one. They're able to rewatch these instances where their loved one's reading to them, and that's really powerful. It's really intimate.
I have a 19-year-old, he's in the Marines, and I have a 3-year-old who's almost 4, and my wife is 7 months pregnant. So whenever I come up on books that I know all in my like, I'll grab it. For example, my 19-year-old, I grabbed a book that he liked as a child when he was smaller, and I sent it to him, and he has it with him right now, Camp Pendleton.
It keeps them into some sense of routine, that Daddy is there with them in spirit and gets to read to them at night. I would imagine as well helps with their anxiety even at a young age. But really it helps me to stay connected to them.
I served in the Army before I was deployed. I didn't have a child, but I can relate to what these guys are going through, these guys and gals here, being away from their children, because I'm in that position right now. So it allows me to connect with them on a deeper level and to empathize with what they're going through, specifically as a parent who is separated from their child. And it's been really rewarding to be able to connect with these service members on that level. So if we're able to connect these folks back home to their loved ones, we've done our job.
4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated.
My name is MA3 Centennial, Adrian. I play World of Warcraft. A great game. I've been playing for 14 years. My father, me and him play the same game, so it gives us a chance to talk to one another while also interacting with one another in a different type of reality.
I also play World of Warcraft. My younger brother plays. I do not play with either of my two parents, though my mother very often leans over my brother's shoulder and talks to me while him and I are playing.
At the USO, they give us Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi connects us with our game systems, and our game systems allow us to see certain people or talk to certain people back home.
Neither of us like phone calls. Neither of us like talking on the phone in any sense of the word. This gives us a much more interesting way to communicate with family members and friends, and it even allows us to continue to build off of the relationships that we had previously. You know, personnel rotate commands all the time. We don't always get to see them, but we can always come back to these video games and use these video games as a way to communicate, keep up, see how things have changed, how their families are doing, stuff like that. And the USO is fantastic for facilitating that. They have beautiful facilities, wonderful Wi-Fi. It helps us out a lot with not only communicating with our families, but just overall morale as well. We're in a better mood. We take that mood back to the ships. Everybody else feeds off that better mood, and USO is just it's a chain effect, and they really do help a lot.
Depending on the area of operations that we're on, sometimes you don't even get internet connection. So going a couple months without internet and then coming back to here, any way to contact my family was great.
The game itself provides an in-game chat through multiple different channels, faster than a text message, faster than Facebook Messenger.
There's a team chat, there's Discord, there's Twitch, and they're all just different programs that you can talk for free as long as you have Wi-Fi anywhere. My father, since he plays, a couple of my buddies, since they play, one of my brothers, he played for a little bit, but they all have that program. They all have a way for me to contact them back home without using cell service or anything like that. And that's one way that I constantly keep in contact with all my family. If it's not video, then it's talking through a headset.
It's nice to be able to come to the USO and have all this, lounge kind of atmosphere provided for you. We were playing Call of Duty on the zombie mode, basically getting to run our own little zombie apocalypse teams.
Good place to kind of blow off some steam, a way to kind of feel like you're back at home while you're away. We enjoy all different sorts of types of games, first-person shooters especially, because it kind of relates to what we do.
You get to the video games, dudes are still communicating, trying to make sure somebody's covering every avenue, and it ends up being probably a little bit more technical than your average gamer.
USOs over here are great because they're a great opportunity to get Wi-Fi, get some connection back home.
Everything is really great about the USO. I like movies a lot, and they always have movies. They have like pool and darts. I love coming out here when I get the chance, and thanks for bringing everything to us.
Welcome back in the Boise State Game Pan Esports Arena. We're here tonight for the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 Tournament qualifier number 1, where everybody's trying to get to the USO final event, which is happening on August 21st. Fish and Jem here calling all the action. We have winners finals here upon us. Chan and Defiance going to be playing each other. One team goes to the grand finals. The other team will jump down to that second chance bracket and see if they can battle their way back to be the winner tonight. The top 8 teams from the event will qualify for that final event. So both these teams probably well assured that they are going to be making it to that finals. Now they're just battling for seeding, because you never want to be that team who has to play the top overall seed, Jem. But right now, I mean, we've seen both these teams once. I mean, what are your expectations going into this winners finals?
Whew, that's an interesting prediction to make. Maybe Defiance. I mean, Chan showed that they can pull out a great victory, but at the same time, it was, by the skin of their teeth in Game 2, just on one goal and managing to maintain that. I believe Defiance had a slightly better performance than that, but they were going up against different teams, so it's hard to say how it's going to turn out.
We take a look at our bracket here. We saw Defiance take down Satisfaction in our quarterfinals. We then watched Chan come from behind to take down Dream in our first 3-game series of the night. And now both these teams are qualified for winners finals. As I said, one team's going to the grand finals. One team's dropping out of that second chance bracket. Who is it going to be? We are about to find out. This best of 3 just makes things even more pressure, because getting to that grand finals, I would assume having to be beaten twice there in that championship game by whoever comes out of the second chance bracket, that's just a nice little cushion to have. Of course, both these teams can't have that sigh of relief, Jem, because at this point, they have to know they both qualified for that finals experience happening on August 21st, where that prize pool of $5,000 is on the line. So it's more for pride, more for seeding, but you still want to make sure you come out on top regardless of what's at stake.
I mean, it's nice to be able to kind of preemptively punch your ticket to the grand finals in terms of getting one of those better seed positions, going up against one of those teams that might not have had as good luck today, but managed to barely squeeze into the top 8 teams. Like you said, Fish, there's going to be a $5,000 pool, $2,500 for the top team, $1,500 for second, and $1,000 for third, split amongst them. But still, just a lot of great fun to be had overall from the teams, and mainly just a pride thing at this point. Both these teams, we've seen them play. We've kind of seen their different kind of overall styles of play. So this is the first match of the night where we really see it, we can really say, okay, we've seen what these two teams have to offer. Let's see how they perform.
It's Could be Chan and Defiance. Winners finals here. Somebody's punching their ticket to the grand finals. Who's it going to be? Chan in blue, Defiance in orange. K-Frost and Gengar get the great start. Madio looking for a play as Kylix going to demo K-Frost on the retreat. Another demo by Kylix, but I thought that was a save. Kylix with the double demo sets up Chan, and their team's up 1-0.
Well, at that point, you're really the only last line of defense, so once they were able to take K-Frost out of the equation, there was nothing else left. So, wow, starting it off with quite a bit of force to a double demolition.
Really the first team we've seen with great demos, but off the kickoff, Gengar barely gets there in time. With a great cheat up for the side of Defiance. And Kylix just can't quite get there as Gengar barely knocks it in. What a great response from Defiance here to even up this game.
Yeah, I basically take back all that I said. We basically have a new game now. This next kickoff is going to be pinched off to the side. Going to head way back over to Chan's goal. Kylix is going to be the one to try to clear it, but stopped right there by Kaiju. Now here comes Kaiju pushing it back off to the corner. That 100 boost is open to whoever wants to take it. Now here comes Gengar with a great shot off the crossbar. Unfortunately, K-Frost grounding that before at not the right angle to get a goal.
All still alive on this blue side as Madio and Chan going to combine, but it's stopped right as he crosses that midfield stripe. Kylix now with a great chance. His shot's off to the right. He can't get the follow-up there. Madio gets a great shot, but K-Frost makes a save. Now Defiance the one's looking for a clear. K-Frost right above the net with a huge boomer down into the corner. Madio's going to go up for it, so will Kaiju. Kaiju wins the battle for it. K-Frost trying to keep it alive past Kylix, but he's going to have to retreat. And it's Kylix and Chan going to combine to clear this one back.
Right off the backboard. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to see that again there. I'm not quite sure who was following up there. That might have... oh, it's Kylix. Okay. That makes sense.
That's a great setup there from Chan. Puts it high. Can't stop the rebound attempt either. And these teams coming out electric so far. We'll see if Defiance has an answer.
Well, Gengar's going to go mid-air, try to dribble it up, but is stopped right there by Chan. Chan now pushes toward the goal. Kaiju has to stop that centering from coming through. Is able to beat Madio to it. Gengar now midfield, stopped by Kylix there. K-Frost credited with the save. Up and the pass towards center field. Kylix takes that. And now Chan, we're going to see if he can center it up or if he has to rotate back. Looks like he's going to rotate back.
Kylix barely gets it around K-Frost. Gengar with a great centering pass. But Kaiju's going to get in the way of that one. And now Kaiju's going to have to retreat there. Great pass over to K-Frost, but Kylix breaks that one up. Pass over to Chan, but Kaiju's going to dunk over that one. Both these teams just getting in those passing lanes. Really shutting down what they want to do. There's Chan stopping a great pass over to Kaiju. Gengar's going to have to corral this one right on the blue side, but Chan's just going to clear it all the way down to that orange side immediately.
It is very hard to concentrate right now with Gengar and all that confetti constantly flying out of his car. It really almost takes all the seriousness out of this winner's final. Just deflates all of the seriousness out. And Kaiju, look at that. Great shot on goal, but Madio playing some great defense to stop that from going through. Chan still holding on to their 1-goal lead. Defiance certainly looking to get an equalizer.
Ooh, Chan's got Kylix right below him, but Kaiju's going to steal that one away. Gengar puts it right in front of the net, but nobody there for Defiance. But they'll keep the pressure on. Ooh, K-Frost actually missing that ball. Has to get it on the turnaround. Sets it up perfectly above the net for Kaiju. There's that demo we've seen so much on the goalie, but Gengar's shot hit the crossbar. And now Kylix has a wide open net. And he'll blast it home to give Chan the 3-1 lead.
That certainly changes the dynamics of this game. Just plays it right over K-Frost there. Bounces off the right post, follows it up. Now Defiance really has to try to maybe get a quick goal here to try to just cancel it all out. That's how the game was tied up. Just 15 seconds in, we had a goal for each team. They might be trying to do it again. Gengar just a little bit too high with that shot. It bounces off the crossbar. They almost had their second goal there, and Chan almost had their fourth.
A couple of demos coming out there, just kind of opening things up. Oh, great pass from K-Frost to Kaiju, unfortunately, as Gengar gets the demo. Just too many post shots. Chan just chair picking, ends up in the perfect location. After that demo, the ball just kind of squirts over to the orange side, and Chan was just kind of hanging out. Gets a great hit on it, and unfortunately for Defiance, they've come so close, but those don't count for anything in Rocket League. And I think this 4-1 scoreline's a bit deceiving. Defiance could easily have 3 or even maybe 4 goals with how many times they've hit the crossbars. Off the kickoff, Kaiju has to barely save it, but Chan's going to follow it up with a hat trick. It looks like Chan's well on their way to winning game number 1.
Yeah, just right off the kickoff there, Kaiju not able to get back quickly enough, was already trying to get boost there. At this point, Defiance just might have to mentally reset, just kind of let this game go and be ready to come back in game 2. That's what Chan did to get to this winner's final.
Love to see Defiance maybe get like 1 or 2 goals, really just hard to figure things out because they've been oh so close. As Kylix and Chan actually going to double commit on that one. Chan will demo K-Frost as Kylix going to back pass it. Gets it around both Gengar and Kaiju. What a fantastic solo play, but it was all on the wrong side of the field as K-Frost takes a shot. Huge save there by Kylix. 1 minute left. Chan looking for the clear. He's going to get demoed. Madio and Chan going to combine to try and get this ball out of the blue corner. That ball is going nowhere. It just kind of died over here. Now finally Chan looking for a clear, but that ball's going to get cleared across the field.
40 seconds left in this match. I don't think Defiance is going to be able to mount some sort of comeback here. So for Chan at this point, it's just kind of making sure that clock runs out. Defiance might try to make something happen here with 1 or 2 goals. Gengar was certainly lining up for that. It was taken away from them. A nice follow-up there and a little bit of a flip there from K-Frost. Still not going to find a goal, though, as Chan's defense is that good. We have 15 seconds left, and Chan looking like they're going to get the first win of this best-of-3.
Ooh, Chan barely missed another goal. Not that it would have mattered besides just on the scoreboard. This game is already determined in Chan's favor as the final seconds tick down. Ooh, Kaiju was close, but not quite close enough. And Chan will go up 1-0 in these winners finals here of our USO experience for the Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. Well, since 1941, USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform from the moment they join through their assignments and deployments and as they transition back into their communities. The USO is always by their side. We saw Chan up 1-0 here in winners finals. Can they make it up 2-0 win in a spot in grand finals? We'll take a 60 seconds here between these games to find out. But honestly, I think Defiance was so close. I mean, Kaiju hit the crossbar, I think 1 or 2 times. Gengar hit the crossbar, I know, twice. They're just probably a few inches away from maybe having that game a lot closer than it ended up being.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you look at the final score and you see 5-1, but it's really kind of misleading. It's just one of those kind of things where they were able to get all their goals and just kind of avalanche it in the last minute or so. But for the majority of that match, it was very close, especially how they were able to get 2 goals, 1 for each team in the first 15 seconds. So we've seen that these teams can even it up with one of those quick kickoff goals to make it more competitive. So I certainly wouldn't be surprised if we would see something like that in the second match. Chan is the favorite to go on here, but Defiance, you can't count them out.
Yeah, I think that Defiance definitely has shown a lot to me, and I think that, if Chan's the favorite, it's definitely not by much here. All Defiance has to do is score early here as Gengar nearly has a great start to this game, but can't quite find it. Kaiju going to wrap it around the corner. Chan is there to make a fantastic save. You got to keep an eye on Kylix, though, defensively. He has been a rock for the side of Defiance as Gengar takes a shot off the back post. Oh, it hits off the crossbar, and unfortunately Chan lands on the ball and scores on his own team.
And I think that was an unfortunate right there. You see a double commit there from Chan and Kylix right there, and that exhausted basically all of their defense right there and allowed Defiance to get the early lead here. But watch out, because we've seen a quick kickoff goal in a similar situation. Demo onto Gengar.
Ooh, but K-Frost is just going to carry that the length of the field, shut down any sort of early kickoff shenanigans for the side of Chan. As Kaiju's going to center it up. Another double commit comes out here for Chan, but this time they're able to survive, and Chan will clear it down all the way into the corners. K-Frost now dribbling it up the field. Can't quite get it over Madio, though. That is a great mid-air challenge. Sets Chan up with a crazy shot. He's going to back pass it to Kylix, who's looking for the double tap off the backboard. Woo! It waterfalls perfectly, and like that, we've got ourselves a 1-1 game.
That's great by Kylix there, just being his own assist there. It's great skill.
Fantastic play on that waterfall as well. As we see here, kickoff comes out from the side, winning for the side of Defiance just barely. Now Gengar's going to center it up for Kaiju, but Medio makes a fantastic save. Unfortunately, Defiance not going to find another opportunity. Demo is going to go out on to Chan. And Chan's going to be able to clear that one away as soon as he respawns. K-Frost one more time, not able to find it.
Gengar is going to be trying to corral that ball there. Ooh, it's a little bit of a chippy defense there, but they're back. They're dribbling up the field. Kylix Medio is going to come in there to center it up. Great demo onto K-Frost, but nothing is going to be shown for that in terms of a goal. But with both teams tied here, Chan is back in their opportunity to get in the lead and end this game in a 2-0. Kylix there is going to Kylix tried to get a clear, but Kaiju stopped that. Kaiju's going to go around the corner there, but the ball is too high up for any sort of shot on goal right now.
Ooh, Gengar keeps it alive for Defiance, but Kylix just going to blast it to that orange side. Kaiju now in the corner. Going to be able to corral it just a little bit, but Medio can't quite keep it away from Gengar. But there's Chan at that midfield stripe, trying to keep it out of his own goal in this 1-1 game. Ball gets cleared all the way back down the orange side. K-Frost is there. Demolition does come out, it looks like. On to Kaiju, who now has respawn. Gengar comes across as well, but nobody can stop Chan. He's looking for a pass. Medio shot just wide, and the great chance, unfortunately for Chan, they can't quite convert.
We're halfway through this match as we pass the 2-minute, 30-second mark. Chan now over. Oh, Medio was trying to get a shot on goal there, but wasn't able to find it. Defiance is doing a great job at interfering with Chan's attempts to get a goal here. K-Frost is going to push it over to the other side. Gengar is going to come in and get the clear there with some mid-air dribbling.
Unfortunately, barely loses that dribble. K-Frost gets the ball stolen away by Kylix. It's a great opportunity, but Gengar passes it over to Kaiju, looking for a clear. There's a huge demo on to Gengar, but no follow-up for the side of Chan. And now Kaiju going to get it to K-Frost in the corner, denied by Kylix. Gengar comes racing in, takes a last-effort shot. Chan passes it out to Medio, and now Chan's on the attack.
I was waiting. Kaiju's going to be the one, actually. I was one. Uh-oh. That is not how you want to give up a goal.
No, unfortunately, Chan just kind of got caught. He wasn't expecting that. He had just actually committed to going towards midfield. Then he gets bumped out of the way by Kaiju, and just like that, Defiance has got a 2-1 lead here. In our final 90 seconds here, kickoff. Nice cheat out from Kylix and Medio, but it's not going to matter as Kaiju has that ball right in front of the net. Scary spot to be. Everything collapsing for the side of Chan. In these final seconds is now Medio trying to keep this ball alive. Kylix gets bumped out of the way, and there's nobody home!
Oh, no, not again!
A huge defensive collapse for Chan has made this game from a 1-1 tie to 3-1 in just 30 seconds.
You know, at the beginning of the night when I said that, you know, sometimes we see teams punished for rotating up too far, I didn't think we'd see it in something as late as the winner's grand final, but apparently that's how it's going to work out tonight. Gengar is actually going to have it take it away from him as Chan pushes it up the field.
See, Kylix. Oh, come on, somebody convert that. Oh, they weren't quite able to. And that would have been huge for Chan. Medio's going to keep it alive. Barely has that ball. It's a one-on-one in versus Kaiju, but he doesn't have the angle, and Kaiju makes a great save here to keep Defiance in the lead.
And here we go. It's going to be Gengar's opportunity to try to get the goal there, just a little bit too far off to the right. At this point, it would just really be an insurance goal to, for sure, get the victory here. Chan, it's still not out of the realm of possibility for them. Nice save by Medio there, but now it has to happen here. Oh, I thought that was an open goal, but Kaiju came rushing in at just the right time.
Time not on the side of Chan, and it looks like it is slowly ticking down. They're going to need a goal probably right now to give themselves any sort of chance. This is their last chance to keep this game alive. And it looks like time's not on their side. The time will tick down. Does not matter at this point. We are going to a game 3 regardless of what happens, as Defiance pulls out the 3-1 win. And in our winners finals, we've got game 3 to determine who's going to grand finals and who's dropping to that second chance bracket. Well, the USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. The USO Experience Oklahoma City going on right now, at least their first qualifier. The USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup, with top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. More information is available at the Battlefly link you see on the screen there, battlefly.com/the-USO/. But right now, we're very close to seeing who's going to the grand finals between Chan and Defiance. Overall, a great game from Defiance, exactly what I expected from them, Jem. They weren't hitting the crossbars much, and Chan kind of came out flat-footed and feel like they had a lot of big mistakes that resulted in that 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it was very uncharacteristic for them, just not only once, but doing it 2 times in a row, going way too far up the field and leaving that goal wide open for Defiance. It's really going to have to be something that they kind of just mentally adjust there, because it just seemed so. I just have to wonder what happened, because it seemed so out of character for them.
Yeah, there's a couple times we saw one of them. Chan had just made the commitment to move upfield when the ball snuck past him, and the second one was just a huge clear. As we take a look at our bracket, this is the second chance bracket we're taking a look at. We see that Dream has made it back. They are currently waiting the winner of Untamed, who's made a great run in that second chance bracket. I cannot wait to check in on them. They might have a chance at redemption against Dream. As we see here, K-Frost right off the start puts it in front of the net. Gengar goes racing past. Not quite able to find it to get the demo onto Chan, though, but Kylix able to clear that one away. And an explosive start to game 3 here with a spot in the grand finals on the line.
Ball just kind of resting in midfield, is going to be picked up by Kylix. Unable to center it, though. Now here comes the center from Medio, but it's just not at the right angle. They're going to bide their time and wait. Maybe now that they've demoed Gengar. Now nice from K-Frost there. Again, it's... what is happening with Chan here?
Third time in a row, ball just gets stolen away. You can see every blue member on the other side of that stripe. Chan and Kylix just don't have enough boost. And just when they needed the focus the most, Chan has had a couple of unforced errors. We'll see if they'll be able to recover here. Still plenty of time in game 3, over 4 minutes on the clock as Kaiju looking to extend that lead. Chan will make a great save. K-Frost now waiting in that corner. Ball gets cleared all the way back to the other side, though, as Kaiju takes it up, passes it to K-Frost. Oh, he's just off the right, and Kaiju finishes in Defiance. That's a 2-0 lead.
This is just kind of insane to watch right here, as Medio already committed there, went off to the left, doesn't have a chance. Chan tried to flip back at the last moment there, but just had too much momentum in the other direction. Just kind of seen a complete defensive breakdown from Chan here. The only thing that I could see really is trying to, oh, they do not want to do that again. Okay, yeah, rotate back, get your save, and now get a goal very quick here, because I was going to say that's kind of the only thing that I can really picture right now is kind of shifting the momentum and the mentality back in their favor, is getting a really quick goal here. Try to say we're still in this.
Oh, Medio makes a huge mistake. K-Frost punishes him. That ball was incredibly slow. Almost saved by Medio, but unfortunately just doesn't get the touch he wanted. K-Frost racing in. Medio's going to come incredibly close to saving this too. If that ball needed to travel a few more inches, it would have been saved. But Defiance coming out on fire in our game 3 of our winners finals. Already up 3-0. There's still plenty of time. Over 3.5 minutes on the clock. That is plenty of time for Chan to be able to score a goal. They just need to make sure they start to shore up this defensive mistakes they've been making in bunches right now.
Well, they're going to try to drive the ball up the field, but K-Frost comes right in there, steals it away, and a nice play off the teammates there. Defiance looking pretty good here as Gengar gets a nice clear there. They're going to be going all the way up the field, steals the boost away from Chan, and now Medio unsuccessful with that clear as Kaiju came. No, actually Medio stopping Kaiju right in his tracks there. K-Frost is going to pick up the slack, though. Chan elevates in mid-air with the pass, probably over to Kylix, but Kaiju came right in there. It's going to be credited with the save, and Gengar, look at him! Going to be getting the 4th goal.
Great job by Defiance. They have punished every single mistake that Chan has made. And that is a huge reason why they are only 3 minutes away from the grand finals here. Still plenty of time for Chan, though. There's just under 3 minutes left. I mean, they can't let this goal lead grow at all, as we see a double demo. But if they can maybe find one, make it 4-1, I like their chances. They just got to refocus defensively.
It might be 5-0 instead as K-Frost gets his hat trick.
You know, I would love to see the Chan refocus and maybe make it back to the grand finals, but they just, something has changed here because this does not look like the same Chan team we saw twice tonight.
Well, maybe it's one good kickoff that can help them. You see, well, but they were so laser focused in there on trying to cheat the ball off of the kickoff that really they only left one person back to defend the goal, and Defiance almost punished them for it.
Kylix trying to make something for his team, not able to find it, gets stolen away by K-Frost. Kaiju's going to pop it up in the air. Here comes Gengar, served on a platter. It is 6-0, and Defiance looks like they have come from behind for the mini reverse sweep in this best of 3 to make it to grand final. Still 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, but 6 goals in a very, very low amount of time. That's an almost impossible ask.
Yeah, very tough at this point. Here comes K-Frost, able to stop that clear, uncharacteristically slow play there. I'm not quite sure what was happening there, but now the ball is back. Oh, the field. Look at Kylix there. That was a great chance there. Madio's going to try to take another chance here, maybe try to center it up for a teammate. Stopped right there by Defiance. Oh, that was really close.
That's just the story of Chan's night. They came oh so close to winning it in game 2, and they have been just absolutely destroyed. They had 2 chances off the crossbar, and you know they've got to be upset in comms about how many chances they had as Kaiju can't quite convert that one. 90 seconds left here, but Defiance can pretty much be in cruise mode at this point. It would take an insane goal-scoring outburst from Chan to even get this game close, let alone into overtime. But Chan and Kylix trying to combine for something. Chan will lose the dribble. Madio comes rushing in. But he's not able to keep that ball alive either. Now Gengar will simply carry it up midfield, loses control of it, still manages to keep it alive. And Defiance somehow still in control of this game.
Ooh, that was close there. Chan going to be credited with that shot on goal. You can see the shot on goal differential is insane right now. Counting 7 shots on goal. Yeah, 7 shots on goal from K-Frost, 3 from Kaiju, 2 from Gengar. That's 12 shots on goal as compared to just 7 for Chan there. So Defiance has really been the one so far to take the initiative, trying to maybe get a 7th goal, but they don't even have to be that aggressive. All they just have to do is run out this clock.
30 seconds left. I mean, scoring's even going to make that clock tick slower as Gengar is going to blast it in for his hat trick.
Oh, boy.
7-0 here, and, you know, Defiance is going to get a well-earned break. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals for whoever comes from that second chance bracket. And meanwhile, Chan's going to have to drop down. It did look like it was getting closer on the second chance side. Looked like we maybe had about 4 or 5 more matches left within teams including, oh, almost an own goal there, but we've got teams like Dream, Untamed, both who we've seen. We'll obviously have Chan down there as well. But so far, Defiance looking like the strongest team. That one will go in, but it's way too little, way too late. And you can even see the BM in chat if they're spamming what a save. I don't know if I'd recommend that down 7-1, but you do you.
I mean, if they want to run around in the infield and celebrate their 1 goal, then it's their chance. It's their opportunity. But right now, it's not going to make that much of a difference. I mean, I guess they can celebrate the fact that they've gotten the demo onto Kaiju, but at this point, that clock just needs to tick down to 0, and we will be seeing Defiance moving on to the grand finals.
Don't forget that the USO, since 1941, has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they join, through their assignment and deployments, and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. Defiance, all alone right now in those grand finals. awaiting who comes out of our second chance bracket. As I said, we got a glimpse at it before we went to that game 3. Hopefully we maybe could take one more chance before we set it to break to see where we stand. But like I said, Untamed Esports, who we saw at the start of the night, they're still alive. An incredible run for them after they lost in round 2. Dream was awaiting them as well, maybe a bit of a rematch. And then, of course, we have Chan, who is going to be the last team standing in somebody's way for a chance against Defiance. But overall, fantastic night here in this USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3-on-3 tournament. I think we're going to maybe get a chance to take a look at some of those second chance games, but I would love to take a chance at this bracket before we get to there. But Jim, I mean, what are your thoughts from those winners finals?
You know, I don't know if I've ever used this term. It's such a casual term, but if this is the first time I'm using it, I'm going to use it. I think I think Chan just simply choked. I think that they got the first win. It was right there in front of them, and they were so eager to just try to get this goal and continue this momentum. They rotated way too far up, and from then, I almost think it might have been kind of a thing like a gambler's loss. You know, you had an initial loss, so you start betting more, trying to go more all in to try to make back up your deficit. And they just kind of got into this cycle of just continually leaving their defense wide open, and Defiance certainly capitalized on that. So if there was any match that I would just say that I would just casually say that a team choked, I think it was that one.
I don't know if I can agree with that, because I just feel like we're discrediting Defiance too much. I think they were incredibly close in that first game. I mean, they had 4 or 5 balls hit off the crossbar, and who knows what happened. So I have to say, honestly, maybe there is some effort of choking there from Chan, but I think honestly it was a great job by Defiance refocusing. We've seen teams get completely just eliminated because they hit the crossbar, and they said, man, we are so close, this is so stupid, that ball should have gone in. But no, Defiance refocused, absolutely took control of this series. They punished the major mistakes that Chan was making. So honestly, I do not want to discredit the effort of Defiance, because they, I think, were the teams that stood up to the task. And Chan, unfortunately, they just made a couple of very uncharacteristic mistakes. And maybe you're right, they did kind of choke away Game 2, and Game 3 they just were already out of it from the get-go. But a fantastic job by Defiance. As we said, they are in our grand finals, awaiting whoever comes out of our second chance bracket. So we can take a look here. Some teams that we have seen, Fortnite Gods and Team Shea, you can see there in round 4, battling it out. Would love to see Fortnite Gods come up. But actually, we're going to get a game that we only heard rumors about, as it had been told that Untamed did advance past Keep It 100. So we're going to get a rematch of Dream and Untamed. Dream won in the upper bracket 2-1. We'll get a chance to take a look at both these teams once again as they get closer and closer to making it back to that grand finals. But I would love to see if Untamed's maybe able to make a great run, because I thought that was a team that would dominate this tournament from the start, and they unfortunately just kind of lost in round 2.
Yeah, but they went up probably against one of the top teams. I think their greatest strength is their ability to have that mid-air play and all those passes back and forth between each other. So I was hoping that they would stick around in this tournament, because I certainly wanted to see more gameplay from them. So very excited that this is going to be our next match.
Yeah, cannot wait to see that. Of course, they are all waiting for a chance to take on Defiance, who is sitting alone right now. They just get to chill back, maybe do some scouting as well. They are all alone in the grand finals. Well, I think while we wait for this game between Untamed and Dream, we'll see if we're going to a break or if we'll just keep chugging along in this USO qualifier number 1. Don't forget, the top 8 teams have already qualified for the final event, which is coming up August 21st. So I think some of these teams, they got to be pretty excited. I don't quite know how on the second chance bracket where that 8th place cutoff is going to be. That's the one I'm almost honestly more interested in. But we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with Untamed and Dream, who can keep their hopes alive of making it back to the grand finals, and who unfortunately will just have to settle for a 4th or 5th place finish. Find out after this break.
It keeps me connected to my little girls, and it keeps them connected to me. It helps them know that I am safe and I'm doing okay.
I work with the USO's reading program here, which is a leg of the Bob Hope Legacy Reading Program. What I really like the most about this program is, unlike a FaceTime or a video conference, this is something that the child can watch over and over again in the absence of the parent, or in the absence of communication with the parent or loved one. They're able to rewatch these instances where their loved one's reading to them, and that's really powerful. it's really intimate.
I have a 19-year-old, he's in the Marines, and I have a 3-year-old who's almost 4, and my wife is 7 months pregnant. So whenever I come up on books that I know all in my like, I'll grab it. For example, my 19-year-old, I grabbed a book that he liked as a child when he was smaller, and I sent it to him, and he has it with him right now at Camp Pendleton.
It keeps them into some sense of routine that Daddy is there with them in spirit and gets to read to them at night. I would imagine as well helps with their anxiety even at a young age. But really it helps me to stay connected to them.
I served in the Army before. I was deployed. I didn't have a child, but I can relate to what these guys are going through, these guys and gals here, being away from their children, because I'm in that position right now. So it allows me to connect with them on a deeper level and to empathize with what they're going through, specifically as a parent who is separated from their child. And it's been really rewarding to be able to connect with these service members on that level. So if we're able to connect these folks back home to their loved ones, we've done our job.
4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated.
My name is MA3 Centennial, Adrian. I play World of Warcraft. Great game. I've been playing it for 14 years. My father, me and him play the same game, so it gives us a chance to talk to one another while also interacting with one another in a different type of reality.
I also play World of Warcraft. My younger brother plays. I do not play with either of my two parents, though my mother very often leans over my brother's shoulder and talks to me while him and I are playing.
At the USO, they give us Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi connects us with our game systems, and our game systems allow us to see certain people or talk to certain people back home.
Neither of us like phone calls. Neither of us like talking on the phone in any sense of the word. This gives us a much more interesting way to communicate with family members and friends, and it even allows us to continue to build off the relationships that we had previously. You know, personnel rotate commands all the time. We don't always get to see them, but we can always come back to these video games and use these video games as a way to communicate, keep up, see how things have changed, how their families are doing, stuff like that. And USO is fantastic for facilitating that. They have beautiful facilities, wonderful Wi-Fi. It helps us out a lot with not only communicating with our families, but just overall morale as well. We're in a better mood. We take that mood back to the ships. Everybody else feeds off that better mood, and USO is just it's a chain effect, and they really do help a lot.
Depending on the area of operations that we're on, sometimes you don't even get internet connection. So going a couple months without internet and then coming back to here, any way to contact my family was great.
The game itself provides an in-game chat through multiple different channels, faster than a text message, faster than Facebook Messenger.
There's a team chat, there's Discord, there's Twitch, and they're all just different programs that you can talk for free as long as you have Wi-Fi anywhere. My father, since he plays, a couple of my buddies, since they play, one of my brothers, he played for a little bit, but they all have that program. They all have a way for me to contact them back home without using cell service or anything like that. And that's one way that I constantly keep in contact with all my family. If it's not video, then it's talking through a headset.
It's nice to be able to come to the USO and have all this, lounge kind of atmosphere provided for you. We were playing Call of Duty on the zombie mode, basically getting to run our own little zombie apocalypse teams.
Good place to kind of blow off some steam, a way to kind of feel like you're back at home while you're away. We enjoy all different sorts of types of games, first-person shooters especially, because it kind of relates to what we do.
You get to the video games, dudes are still communicating, trying to make sure somebody's covering every avenue, and it ends up being probably a little bit more technical than your average gamer.
USOs over here are great because they're a great opportunity to get Wi-Fi, get some connection back home.
Everything is really great about the USO. I like movies a lot, and they always have movies. They have like pool and darts. I love coming out here when I get the chance, and thanks for bringing everything to us.
welcome back into the Boise State Game Pass Esports Arena. We're casting live here, doing the Oklahoma City Experience, the USO Rocket League 3v3 tournament qualifier number 1. This is all, of course, battling for the top 8 teams from this event to qualify for the USO Finals, which are happening August 21st, so there is a ton of prize pool on the line. We are actually very close with Fish and Gem here calling all the action to that moment. Down in that second chance bracket, we actually, I believe, have one more game left, and we will have punched the 8 tickets in question, though we do have a bit of a change-up in our order. We teased Untamed and Dream in a rematch here before we went to break, but it looks like Untamed, they are absolutely unleashed in this second chance bracket. They have already blown through the side of Dream with a 2-0 win, so we will not catch that game, but we'll try and find something else on that second chance side. But I believe we're down to Fortnite Gods and Team Shea Gem. The winner of that game, which is going on right now, will be the 8th team in the qualifier. I mean, of course, the seeding might change depending on how they do in their other games, but there is one ticket left right now to that final event in a few weeks.
It's almost to a point where this can be more this is more exciting than the grand finals themselves tonight, because
Yes.
the grand finals will be more just for determining the seeding of people who already got into the grand finals. But for now, this is the last opportunity for them to move up to the next stage. And you can see there, Chan, who unfortunately lost the winners finals, is going to be waiting for whoever faces off against Untamed Esports. We'll see how they do. But right now, it's a very fierce battle for Fortnite Gods and Team Shea to see who makes it to those finals.
Yeah, whoever plays against Gentlemen, regardless of the result, will be our 8th team in the bracket. Of course, the winner of Fortnite God and Team Shea will then play Gentlemen. Winner of that will play Unreal Units, and then the winner of that will play Untamed Esports, who all then get the task of taking on Chan. And then after you do all that, then you have to take on Defiance in the grand finals. And, of course, Defiance coming out of that winner's bracket gets the advantage. You're going to have to beat them twice in the grand finals. Well, they only have to win one. But I honestly think the biggest thing here is the run of Untamed Esports. We saw them in our first match. Felt like they were going to dominate the whole night. We learned they lost in the second round to Dream. You can see there they made a furious run all the way now to round 7 where they await their opponents. So honestly, that might be the biggest story of the night. It's a team that looked unstoppable as Untamed Esports, making an insane run to get almost back into the grand finals. They still have a couple more games to go if they want to do that, but for right now, we are waiting on our last game. You see there are the top 8. Ignore the records on the right-hand side. Defiance, Chan, Untamed Esports, Unreal Units, Dreams, Gentlemen, Keep It 100, and one last team, Fortnite Gods and Team Shea. I don't know if they realize what they're playing for right now. Do not know the score of that game, but that is the last team that will qualify for the finals event, which are coming up August 21st, where that $5,000 of prize money is on the line.
Well, this is probably going to be the most probably going to be one of the most consequential games of the night coming up right here, that we're going to see who wins and who gets to the finals. Of course, getting to the finals, of course, keeps in the possibility that you're going to have a cash prize coming your way. But I think you said earlier, Fish, that when you get into the grand finals in, maybe 8th or 7th place, it's just a matter of you're grateful getting into the grand finals, and you understand you're going to have a very tough match first thing going up against one of the top place teams. So it's more of a thing of you can go into it with a just for fun mentality.
I think the one thing is, I think all of these teams are going to go in expecting that they're going to come pull off the upset. I mean, you don't want to be that 8th place team because you know you're going to have a tough task. But I think all these teams are going to go into that final event, like we said, August 21st, expecting themselves to win. So we're just waiting on the winner of Fortnite Gods and Team Shea. That game already in progress. That team will punch their ticket. We might then get to take a look at them take on Gentlemen, who we have not seen tonight in those losers' quarters, and maybe find out who exactly is going to be moving on. But as we said, Fortnite Gods, Team Shea, battling it out for that last qualification spot in the overall final event of the night. Everybody else, maybe just playing for fun. We might see a little bit more silliness, as you said, now that you punched your ticket. Is there really a difference between maybe the 3rd seed and the 4th seed? Is there a difference between the 6th seed and the 2nd seed? Maybe these teams are like, let's just have some fun. We might see some crazy car combinations come out as well. It's hard to say who's in it and who's like, hey, we qualified. Let's, refocus August 21st. That's our time to shine. But right now, we're just waiting to see who is going to be advancing and who's going to be taking on Gentlemen. And I think we're round 5 of our second chance bracket.
Yeah, we're just going to wait to see who that... I really want to see Untamed Esports. I am so looking forward, and I hope that maybe one of these teams in the lower brackets has the same ability to have the mid-air plays and the mid-air passes that Untamed showed us in the first round, because those are some of the most fun things to watch in Rocket League, in my opinion.
Well, I have just gotten word that it is Team Shay that has qualified into that last spot, upsetting or maybe taking out Fortnite Gods. I knew we had not seen Team Shay, but we had seen Fortnite Gods. And Team Shay was another one of those teams that we did not see in our top 8 on the winner's side of the bracket. So they also made a very impressive run from that second chance bracket to be able to make it into top 8. So now we have our top 8 teams. They're all good to go. They are all qualified. What we're waiting for now is who's going to get a chance to get vengeance on Defiance. Will it be Chan? Will it be somebody else? That is what we're waiting for. But at this point, all of these teams can breathe easy knowing they have qualified for those final events in the USO experience coming up on August 21st. So Defiance, they're waiting in the grand finals. Chan's waiting in the second chance finals. Untamed Esports, Unreal Units, Dream, Gentlemen, and Keep It 100 have also all qualified. Add Team Shay to that list as well. They are now all in, and we'll figure out how those pieces are going to fall, who's going to get what seed. We know Untamed Esports is still alive. So is Team Shay, and Gentlemen, Keep It 100 has lost, so has Dream, so they'll be towards probably that 8th seed and maybe that 6th seed for those two teams respectively. But we're going to see who can make a run. I would love to see maybe Team Shay versus Untamed Esports, the two kind of second chance heroes, making a big run, qualifying for the event, and then maybe making a chance back in the grand finals.
Well, I believe the next match in terms of the bracket is going to be Team Shay going up against Gentlemen in this next round. And then whoever that still has to win another one before they go on to face Untamed Esports and then possibly Chan. And overall, we have to remember that whoever makes it to the grand finals in the second chance bracket has to win 2 times in the grand finals in order to get the top position.
I think, honestly, that might be one where you know you want to win, but, of course, all the prize money, all that's on the line later. If you can just get that second seed, that is just such a better place to be. Like, if you're example for Team Shay, you just made it in. If you can make an insane run, get that second seed, I don't think you're too upset if you lose to Defiance in the grand finals. But you're going to be happy knowing, hey, we are able to get the second seed, and maybe now instead of the 8th seed or the 7th seed, depending on how they want to sort out the tiebreakers for teams that lose in the same round. So I'm very curious to see Team Shay and Gentlemen, if that is our matchup we get, because we have not seen either of these teams. Would love to see kind of how they've been able to make this run, because we've seen some incredibly talented teams so far, and I think everybody's kind of comparing themselves to Defiance, who's just sitting all alone, the only team still remaining on that top side of the bracket.
Well, it is certainly a very long marathon night for Rocket League, but we are going to be staying in it for all of the action, waiting for Team Shay to go up against Gentlemen in this next second round bracket. Remember, going forward, it's mainly going to be determining what kind of position they are in, who stays out of that 8th seed position, who goes into 7th, 6th, and 5th. So still a lot of very important decisions to be made in terms of who wins and who loses this in these next few rounds.
Yeah, 100% agree, and I think it is going to be interesting to see if there are teams who maybe, say, you know what, we qualified, that's all we really wanted to do. We don't really need to participate in this second chance bracket. We'll maybe, not going to let the team win, but we'll have some fun with it. We'll be very curious to see how these remaining games go. Of course, I know Chan would love their redemption shot at Defiance. I think Untamed Esports, they're on a mad dash. I think they are ready to go as well. So be very curious to see the attitudes. All of these teams that we mentioned have qualified for our event. So now we're just trying to figure out the seeding, and it should be Team Shay and Gentlemen coming up next. But, of course, Team Shay just got out of a crazy battle with Fortnite God. So who knows how soon they're going to be ready to go, because they might be gassed, but they'll be at least excited they made it to the event. So very interesting to see how our remaining games go on the night and how our grand finals go. I mean, is it going to be Chan and Defiance? Can maybe Untamed make an insane run? I can't wait to see how the rest of the night plays out.
Well, and the interesting thing is this is going to be 2 teams that we haven't necessarily seen tonight, so we don't necessarily know how these teams like to play, what their weaknesses are. If there's anything that's kind of been the Achilles heel for a lot of teams, though, I would think that it's the propensity to just kind of get too focused on the goal and rotate up. I think that was definitely kind of what doomed Chan in the winners finals. So right now we are just it's going to be we're just kind of trying to predict and see what have been the main strengths of the teams and what have been the main weaknesses that we've seen tonight.
Well, while we wait for Team Shay and Gentlemen, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back with all the action. We know who's qualified, who's going to be tonight's champion. That always means something. Find out after the break.
keeps me connected to my little girls, and it keeps them connected to me. It helps them.
Watch out for those Molotovs, dude. They're throwing those like crazy.
We're playing Call of Duty with active U.S. troops in Germany, and we're playing a World War II game, right? I don't think you get any more surreal than that.
Call of Duty is inspired by those who serve, especially this year's game, World War II. You know, its creative impetus has been telling stories about those who served in the greatest generation, and this is the next greatest generation. So there's a deep connection with those who serve in this game, and we love to continue extending it.
I've always been into Call of Duty. Call of Duty's been one of my favorite games. So, I mean, just for them to come out here and do this for us is, you know, it's a blessing. We really enjoy it. We loved it.
Listen, it's day 3. We're in Kuwait. Never thought I'd be here my entire life.
Where else would you see camels blocking the road, and then there's a herd of them, and then they think you have food? Amazing, amazing.
They were very friendly. I thought they were gonna eat your camera.
My name is Jordan Payton, aka Legion, and we are at Camp Buring in Kuwait. First day on our tour here in Kuwait. Like, I know that we're on a base, you think that there's gonna be like a lot of people really into it, but when I say really into it, like, these folks are out here like getting up, screaming at each other. Of course, it's all GGs after they finish their games, but I've seen some super close matchups. I'm talking 250 to 214 hard points, some 75 to 73 team death matches. And these guys are good with a gun in real life and in video games. So
The energy on the floor, they're taking it another level. They're like calling out signs and go here. I've never even heard. It's really it's interesting watching them play.
It's teamwork, honestly, and it's all about communication. So one of the things that I've noticed here that I don't see like in a lot of other casual environments is that everybody here wants to win, and they want to communicate with each other. So if you're seeing somebody coming out from an exit to your left, somebody on your team's calling that out. If somebody's behind you, if you flip spawns, rotations.
Watch the beach. Like, I've never met anybody who's been any part of making a game, so that was really cool to meet the people and to be able to try the new DLC before I buy it. You know, because very often you don't get to try that. You just get YouTube videos of other people playing it.
The downloadable content is called War Machine. It features a couple new maps. The ones that we've kept on playing on are Dunkirk and Egypt. They're really fun. If you saw the movie Dunkirk, it's based off of that. Playing video games for me is a way for me and my friends and my little brother to bond over a shared experience.
It's definitely a great tool to be able to kind of decompress sometimes.
We met, EOD unit, and they showed us all their gadgets. We got to AJ. We met with the medical unit. It's been really eye-opening, very humbling experience being here.
My favorite part would have to be just interacting with everybody, especially with Legion, all the makers of the game. You know, it's just, they're normal people just like us, come out here having fun, putting smiles on people's faces.
It's been awesome picking up all the stories that I had. I genuinely feel lucky. I wish I could have brought the whole team at Sledgehammer Games with me. Huge thanks to the USO for putting this together. I've said it a couple times at this point, but it's absolute highlight of my career.
Good games, boys. Yeah. Woo. Now this is fun. That was hard.
Into the Boise State Game Camp Esports Arena. We're here tonight for the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. We've already gotten through our qualifier portion of the bracket. Now we are just down to seeding. And we are down to our remaining few games. It is the second chance semifinals here between Unreal Units and Untamed Esports. Untamed Esports, we saw the very first match of the night. They then lost in our very next game after we saw them, but they have made a run through the second chance bracket, dominating everybody in their way, and they are now just 2 steps away from making it back to the grand finals. Unreal Units was in our top 8 on the winner's side, got taken out, advanced back down. They just defeated Team Shea, who had made quite the run themselves, and now they are going to be taking on Untamed Esports. The winner of this will play Chan, and then whoever beats Chan will get a shot at Defiance, who's just been waiting all alone, undefeated in our winner's bracket. Fish and Gem still here to call all of the action, and Gem at the start of the night after Untamed lost, didn't know if we'd see him again, but here they are, they're ready to go, and if they're anything like we saw in our first match, it's going to be very tough for anybody to stop.
This was the team I was most looking forward to seeing more of because their ability to play off of each other, their rotations, everything and how they worked together as a team was so good during the first round that I really wouldn't be surprised if we kind of see them in this round, and it seems like they never lost their step. They probably went up against one of the top teams in round 2, but really they are one of the top teams, and so I can't wait to see how far they advance in kind of this second chance bracket, and they might end up, they might still end up, claiming the first place in the seeding if they make it to the grand finals and win.
Yeah, you can see right above your right shoulder there, those were the teams that had qualified. It is Defiance currently in the leader in the clubhouse, Chan right behind them, Unreal Esports and Unreal Units and Untamed Esports battling it out. Not quite sure how Dream Gentlemen, Keep It 100, and Team Shea will all work out in the seeding, but our top 4 teams are the ones that are all still alive right now. We're waiting to see. Chan will play the winner of Untamed Esports and Unreal Units in this best of 3, and then whoever takes down Chan gets a shot at Defiance. But remember, they've got to beat them twice, while Defiance only has to win once. But that is all in the future for now. We'll see if Untamed can keep up this run or if Unreal Units can bring them down, stop this incredible run. This always happens. You get a double elimination tournament. Somebody makes an insane run through the second chance bracket, comes out on top, and that might just be Untamed Esports, but we will have to see. But right now we're getting ready to go for the second chance semifinals. Between these two teams in this best of 3 is double elimination. Best of 3. As we mentioned, the top 8 from this event will qualify for the finals August 21st. We've seen those teams. They have all taken care of business, so now this is all for seeding. So we'll be curious to see if anybody has a bit of fun with these final games, maybe brings out the Fortnite bust or something crazy like that, because everybody can breathe easy knowing the goal they had at the start of this tournament, which was to make top 8, they have achieved.
Yeah, at this point, it really is just kind of I mean, there still is a lot to matter here in terms of where you seed overall in the finals. And, of course, in those finals, there will be money on the line, $2,500 for first place, $15 for second, and $1,000 for third. So there is still a lot at stake here tonight. We're just going to see how the final overall standings of each team turns out. But for now, let's take a look at some replays to show how we got here.
This is from our winners finals between Defiance and Chan, and things were looking good for Chan at the start. They went up 1-0 in the series, but then things just fell apart in a hurry. Multiple goals, just like you saw back-to-back there, just wide open nets. That's quite a snipe from Gengar, seeing it for a second time. I mean, that is one where you really can't prepare from a guy to score from his own corner with a perfect ricochet. So the more I think about that, I really can't blame anyone for that there. But honestly, Defiance looked incredible. They absolutely blew them out of the water in Game 3 as well, coasting to a 7-1 scoreline over Chan. And I'm curious to see how Chan has taken this off time to be able to maybe regroup and focus in and say, how can we fix these mistakes? Because they look so dominant in that Game 1 of the finals, and then just the wheels just, literally came off and nobody was back defending. And would love to see Chan to get another shot, but I'd also love to see Untamed maybe kind of make this insane run and maybe come out on top as well.
Well, it does show that it is kind of a benefit that they at least made it to the winners finals, because that put them in a position that if they had a situation where they just kind of lost it or things just didn't work out for them, they don't have to go into another game right away. They have all this time to just kind of review everything, just kind of go over their strategy and think of how they can improve going forward.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Plus, they knew the whole time that, hey, look, we've already qualified for that finals coming up on August 21st. We're probably going to be at worst a 3 seed, at best a 2 seed. So, I mean, they've got to be happy if you're Chan of their performance tonight. I mean, I know they would love to win, and I know these replays are probably just salt in the wound. But to know you're already top 3, to know you've qualified for the finals and a chance at that prize money, you've got to be pretty happy about that. You want that shot at Defiance, just maybe for redemption, for personal sake. But to be top 3 and kind of have that relaxed feeling about you, I think we might see a lot more relaxed Rocket League going forward for the rest of the night.
Yeah, and that would certainly be a nice change of pace here. We're just going to have to see how these teams approach this, because if it is a situation between, 4th or 3rd place, then I could very well see that would be an opportunity for them to bring out some crazy cars or just, some nice skins that they want to show off, and that'd be certainly fun to see, because it can get a little bit stale just seeing the same model of cars. That's why I have to hand it to Gengar here, just bringing out the complete showmanship.
Well, I mean, there are certain cars that, people get a handle of. I mean, the stock 10, of course, the strongest one, but we haven't seen too many of those so far tonight. But we would love to see maybe the Fortnite bus. I know PL players love to bring that out when it's kind of a for fun situation. So getting ready to go here with Untamed Esports and Unreal Units here in our second chance semifinals. Untamed Esports has made an insane run from losing in the second round all the way to this point. Unreal Units had a bit more of an easy time. They made it all the way to top 8 on the winner's side before they got knocked out. But here we go. Rex, Bobstro, and Therm in the blue for Unreal Units. Atsuke, Elevated Buffy, and Setch in the orange for Untamed Esports. A best of 3. Somebody's got a date with Chan. Who's it going to be as that ball barely misses the crossbar? Huge demo by Rex, and Therm puts them on the board.
That's going to be a really quick goal there, and that just shows when all those demos are coordinated, you can get those great goals, as that left all of the pressure right there onto Suki there. And once Suki just was too far back, couldn't make it to the ball in time, that allowed Unreal to get their first goal.
Therm going to start us out with the demolition. On that blue side is Rex going to look for a clear here. Can't quite get it around. I believe that was Setch, and now Elevated Buffy. He's going to miss on that one. It's a one-on-one. Therm versus Atsuke. Atsuke makes a great save. But that ball not cleared away quite yet. Rex looking for a rebound right in front of the net. And Elevated Buffy's going to be able to clear this one away. At least get it over to that blue side. Great follow-up. But unfortunately, a nice save from Rex.
Ooh, and Setch is trying to set it up for Elevated. They had some good shots there, but bounced off the crossbar both times. Now, Akatsuki trying to keep the side control going for them. Right now, Unreal is able to clear it back over, and a demo again from Rex onto Elevated. Rex has been the main one to get the demos thus far. He's now going to stop that clear and keep the side control in favor of Unreal.
Ooh, Rex nearly had an opportunity there, but Setch able to get a huge clear. Therm waiting back in the net, just going to dribble this one up. Ball kind of rolls over him a bit as it looks for a pass, but nobody's there. Akatsuki tries for a clear. Bobstro's going to stop him in his tracks. He'll stop Setch as well. Ooh, nice dodge on the demo, but Bobstro's got that ball in front of the net. Rex is going to finish it off. And Unreal Units with a 2-0 lead here in game 1.
I think it was Elevated. No, it was Setch right here who just kind of misread that, wasn't able to elevate right there, just drove right under the ball. And Unreal Units having a 2-0 lead right now. Ball kind of dies out in the center, but luckily for Unreal, Therm was there to cheat it out. It goes back over in Untamed's territory. Clear trying to come through here from Setch is going to be able to push toward the goal. Ooh. And that was just a little bit what we've seen teams just fall prey to, is rotating too far up.
Oh, Rex is going to make an insane attempt to save this, but Setch with a great follow-up. If Rex had pushed that ball the other way, he probably would have had the save. But Untamed Esports gets back in the game, only down 1 goal. Elevated Buffy and Setch off that kickoff, both go for it. Rex ends up winning it pretty cleanly. Akatsuki has to stop it in front of his own net. Bobstro with the center. But Elevated Buffy's just going to clear it away, get over Therm, and all the way down in that corner where Setch is trying to make a play.
Akatsuki going to be looking to stop that clear. As one of the members of Unreal just goes flying right by them. Now the opportunity to center here, but Elevated came way too far into there. Came very fast into there. Left no real follow-up there. The ball was kind of high up in the air, though, so it would have been hard to get a goal either way. Now here comes Setch, shot on goal, saved by Therm. Now all 3 members are going to have to decide who comes in to try to clear it out, as Untamed Esports continues on their attempt to try to equalize this.
Ooh, Bobstro with a great play there. Setch can't quite get to it. Rex looking for a fantastic solo goal, and he finds it. That is the exclamation mark. We're going to get a great angle here. He's just going to break Buffy's ankles. lets it in, and it's a 2-goal lead for Unreal Units.
We have a little bit over 2 minutes left in this match. Next kickoff just gets pinched off to the side. Rex elevates up, along with Elevated, trying to get the better of that one. The pass over to Akatsuki off the other side of the field, where Bob Stowe tries to take it away. Therm is able to, right in front of the goal, but Rex just decides to wait a little bit longer. Bob Stowe looking to center it up again. Stopped by Akatsuki, who gets a clear. Setch is not quite in the right position to look for a goal, but Elevated, misses that contest there with Bob Stowe. And Therm, a bit of a demo coming out onto Elevated.
Akatsuki can't get high enough for that ball. Setch tries to dribble it out, but Bob Stowe's going to stop him. Akatsuki now gets that ball stolen away by Rex Therm right in the middle of the field, but Elevated Buffy will stop that. There's a demo off screen onto Akatsuki. Bob Stowe trying to punish. Setch will stop that ball. Rex racing in. Akatsuki up the spawn, gets a nose on it. Rex looking for the recenter. That one's going to be stopped, and we're down under 90 seconds here, and Unreal Units maintaining a ton of pressure as Rex gets a shot looking for the hat trick, but not quite able to find it.
Ball center field. Therm tries to stop it, is fighting with Setch for it. Akatsuki comes in, takes it away from them. A look at Bob Stowe here going around the corner, isn't able to find the clear. Akatsuki runs right into Therm in mid-air. Both teams just furiously fighting in midfield, trying to get this ball. Now with 45 seconds left, it's really coming down to the wire for Untamed here. They need to score a goal now if they want to have any opportunity of having enough time to get a goal in the last remaining 30 seconds.
Setch tried something. Elevated Buffy trying for a pass. Ball ends up getting back pass from Setch all the way to Akatsuki, but on the other side of the field, Bob Stowe trying to cherry pick that one. That's a huge demo onto Elevated Buffy at the goal. Setch is there, and he'll blast one on net. Bob Stowe makes an easy save. Setch has got to do something. Ball's close to the net. Akatsuki was just a fraction too early. And I think that's going to do it here for Untamed Esports in Game 1.
Once the clock ticks past 5, I think that this game is well and truly over. Ball hits the ground. That's going to be the first victory for Unreal, putting themselves at match point.
Well, since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they join through their assignments and deployments, and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. As you were mentioning, Jem, Unreal Units now on match point against Untamed Esports. Loser of this will end up with the 4th seed going into our final event, while the winner has a chance to go as high as number 1. They will play Chan, and then the winner of that will play Defiance. But right now, Unreal Units, we have not had a chance to look at. They have completely shut down Untamed Esports. And after that first match of the night, I thought Untamed Esports might cruise through this tournament, but it was clearly maybe a little bit more of a skill mismatch than I was aware of. But honestly, fantastic job by Unreal Units to win that game in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Was it really a matter of how Untamed Esports was so great at their mid-air passing game, or was it just more of a matter of they were completely uncontested in mid-air? And I think that now that we're seeing all these teams at high level, we can see that once there's a lot of contest in mid-air, then it's not such a landslide. But that isn't to sell short the ability of Untamed Esports, because they still are able to keep the game relatively close and make it a good match.
Yeah, I think Untamed Esports definitely has a chance here to easily come up with a reverse sweep. We saw it in our winners finals from Defiance, so I would not count them out yet, but it just feels like Unreal Units just kind of sucked the life out of them offensively, really shutting down anything they wanted to do. Is off this kickoff. Rex looking for the insane solo goal. Not sure if he tried to fake him out, if that was intentional or not, as Buffy just barely misses an insane follow-up third, trying to dribble that one off the ceiling. But it's just going to be taken over right back to the blue side. Setch looking to make a play here, but Bob Stowe just going to clear it out.
Ooh, look at that from Therm. That was a great pop off the roof there. And Rex just, right off the crossbar. Still going to be credited with the shot on goal, but Bob Stowe's going to stop that clear as Rex goes back to pick up some boost. He's going to pass it over to Therm, who is finding himself contested by Elevated there. Now they're able to get that over into the corner. Akatsuki's going to stop any centering from coming there. He's going to ground the ball where Therm is waiting. He's able to take it away from them. Now in comes Rex, gets hit right over by Setch. both teams not getting a huge terms of advantage about a minute in.
Ooh, great shot by Therm. Rex trying to follow that one up. Therm pops it up in the air. Follow up from Bobstow just a little bit too slow. And the save will be made by Sech as Therm now pops it up over Sech at that midfield stripe. Will carry it all the way to the roof. Pass over to Rex. His shot's going to go wide. Does he have the follow-up? He does not as Elevated Buffy clears it away. But these shots are already growing for the side of Unreal Units, 4-0. And Sturm looking to set up Bobstroh on the give and go for one more. Sech makes the save.
It's going to be a point where just all those shots on goal start to add up, and one of them eventually is going to get through, but Akatsuki is going to be the one actually to get the first goal. The first shot on goal they have, and they actually make it through. Go figure.
Great adjustment by Akatsuki in midair. Sech was trying to pass it to him. Bobstow kind of just disrupt that enough. He thought he might have done enough, but a great adjustment in midair by Akatsuki and Elevated Buffy. Great start to the kickoff. Therm's going to carry it over to the orange side. Him and Sech will challenge for it, but Therm will win that one easily. But Akatsuki with the immediate turnaround pops it up over one before Rex puts a stop to it in the corner.
Well, Bobstow passing it back over to Therm. Rex is going to try to take it. Leaves it for Bobstow, who dribbles it up the field. Fortunately, isn't able to play it around Sech there. Now here comes Therm, is going to contest with Akatsuki. Akatsuki pushing it back to the corner. Rex way over elevated toward the goal. Is going to be saved there by Sech.
Ooh, Therm's follow-up incredibly close. Rex looking for the centering to Bobstow. It's just way too slow, and Elevated Buffy's going to steal that one away. Game 2 going incredibly fast. Already 2.5 minutes gone by. Unreal Units looking to at least tie this one up and have a chance to win it in just 2 games as Therm can't get the centering. Rex does get a demo, though. The rest of his team not able to follow up, and he's got to go retreating.
Rex with a nice save there. Going to continue up the field. Elevated takes it away from them. Going to ground the ball where Sech is waiting, but Therm is going to be able to play some defense there. Just able to elevate up and keep the ball out of the hands of Untamed. Rex is going to get demoed, though. Elevated is going to be the one credited with that demo. Now Rex respawns. He's able to rotate in. Elevated, trying to center it up, gets demoed in the process. Now here comes Therm right toward the goal. It's a pretty easy save for Sech there. Now here comes Rex looking to center it. Elevated's going to be the one, and fortunately for them, I think a little bit of a double commit there with Akatsuki.
Ooh, Therm barely plays it over Akatsuki. It's him versus Elevated, and Elevated Buffy does just enough to push that ball off center and wide of the net. Under 90 seconds now. Therm going to elevate once again. He's got Bobstroh near midfield. Gets a huge demo, but Akatsuki with another fantastic save for this Untamed Esports side. Bobstroh one more chance. Elevated Buffy's just going to clear it away, and they're surviving an insane onslaught right now from Unreal Units.
Unfortunately for them, I think that was it was a nice demo, but it just wasn't quite the right person as 2 members were still right in front of the goal. Now Bob still pushing in front of the goal, no follow-up there. 1 minute left in this match. Here comes Therm, trying to try to set it up for Rex here. But in came Sech to disrupt that. Now Sech is going to be the one with the ball. Bobstow stops the centering pass from happening. Therm actually misses that ball there, so it's going to be left up to Bobstow, who comes in here, actually goes for the boost instead. Is able to use it not a moment too soon. Be able to push the ball to the side and stop in the second goal.
Therm trying to carry this ball up. 30 seconds left. Rex off the backboard, not able to find anything. He's going to keep it in the air once again for Bobstow. Ball's a little bit in front of him. He'll recenter with a great second touch, but Therm can't get there in time. Just 15 seconds left as Sech and Akatsuki. They get a good clear. They're immediately retreating. Great game awareness here by Untamed Esports, looking to force us to a game 3. 6 seconds left. Therm's got to go the length of the field. Can he keep it alive? But a huge play by Elevated Buffy's actually going to score as time expires. It did not matter, but a fantastic stop right there ends this game and sends us to a game 3.
Now, if that had been an equalizer, that would have really been insane. But for right now, it's just going to be a nice little exclamation point to Untamed's win here, pushing it to a game 3.
Well, the USO experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. You have the USO USO Experience Oklahoma City, the USAA Invitational, the Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup with the top teams from all 6 service branches competing for one title. More information on the Battlefly link right in front of you, battlefly.com/the-USO/ Game 3 between Unreal Units and Untamed Esports. An absolutely insane series here between these two teams. Somebody trying to go to the second chance finals here. Somebody's going to have to, unfortunately, wait till August 21st to continue playing Rocket League for the USO Experience. But what an absolutely insane game. So many great chances for both these teams, but unfortunately, Unreal Units just couldn't quite convert when they needed to most.
Yeah, and especially when they were, trying to get some demos. Unfortunately, it just wasn't on to the right people. They still left the people waiting on the back post and waiting to defend the goal wide on the field and ready to deflect it. So unfortunately for them, a lot of great opportunities, and they actually had the lead in shots on goal for the first kind of 2 minutes there, but then it was the first shot from Untamed that went in the goal. So sometimes it just works out that way.
Untamed, we talked about in the very first match we saw, they had all the shots, the other team had all the saves. I think Untamed ended up with 9 saves overall, 5 for sec, which is an unheard of number. So if they can keep that defensive play up, they're probably going to be able to choke their opponents out and make it to the finals. We will have to see as we kick off Game 3. Winner goes to the second chance finals here, taking on Chan. This Unreal Units looking to maybe get back in control here. Bobster with a great clear. Rex going to play it over. Otkatsuke down in the corner. Kind of loses his dribble, though, and that's going to open things up for Setch to look for a clear.
Setch with some nice dribbling mid-air is going to get stopped by Bobsto, who passes over to Rex wide on the open goal. And that is unfortunately an oversight for Untamed Esports.
You're going to see Elevated Buffy realizes his mistake. He retreats, but can't get there in time, and Rex has been the engine for Unreal Units when he's scored. This team has gone places. So we saw that in Game 1 where he did pretty much all of the scoring on solo plays. As Bobsto going to carry that one onto the orange side, play it off the backboard there for Rex. The ball's too high, and Therm can't get a reset in time.
Rex isn't able to get the angle that he wanted there, so Bobsto's going to pass it up to Therm. Bobsto actually gets credited with a shot on goal there, although I think that was a little bit of a generous credit there from the game. Right now, Bobsto's going to be left up to contest with Elevate, is able to get it around, played around Setch as well. It was Akatsuki who came in as the crucial third member of the team there. Now it just shows the importance of not rotating up too far. Sometimes it is that last third member of the team that's the difference between a goal or no goal.
Therm came so close to scoring his second goal for Unreal Units. Rex now in control of this ball. Akatsuki and Bobster are going to collide in mid-air. Ball still on that orange side. Therm will stop a clear attempt from Elevated Buffy. Now Rex centers it in front of the net. Setch trying to do what he can. Here comes Bobster. Bit too hard. Does anybody have the rebound? No. Elevated Buffy was there, so you see Rex retreating. Doesn't want to have anything crazy happen. Akatsuki will miss on it, though. Does get a demo onto the goalie, but that might not matter. As Therm looking for the double tap, sets it up for Rex. And the Unreal Units have a 2-0 lead in Game 3.
That was an absolutely beautiful play here. It was going to come down to Elevated and then Setch, but Setch just a little bit too late there in elevating and trying to push the ball aside. That's going to put Unreal to a 2-goal lead here. Ball pinched off to the side. Who's going to claim it right now? It looks like it's going to be Setch with the pass over to Suki. Therm is going to drive it way up the field, and Rex is right there, but it gets taken away by Elevated. Now Bob's still going to drive it around the corner, trying to play it around Suki, but Suki gets the better of that one. Ball going back and forth, and a little bit of a mistake there as both members, Rex and Therm, go charging into each other. Fortunately, I don't think you can get a Rule 1 on your own team.
You ended up that would be awful. Your other teammate would have to come bail you out. As we see here, Rex looking for a clear. Therm still waiting in the goal as Elevated Buffy's got a member in front. It's Akatsuki, but he's going to get pushed out of the way. Ball still kept alive right in front of the net. Therm finally clears it out of the danger zone. And now Bobsto's going to take it up the field. He will get demoed, but the ball's on that orange side, so he should respawn with plenty of time.
Here comes Rex. Didn't quite get the centering he wanted there. So it's going to be Suki who drives it back across the field. Therm's going to be the one to get the clear here. Going to pass it off to the right where Rex is raiding, and what a great angle there and a well-deserved hat trick.
Fantastic play from Rex and Thurm. Rex has all of the goals in this game for his team, but of course a great setup there from Thurm, that 3-0 lead. Huge display of teamwork. You can see there, 3 shots, 3 goals for Rex. That is peak efficiency. Thurm trying for something cheeky off the kickoff, kind of just misses it completely. Rex now going to have to, of course, recover in the corner, and he's going to recover it with a lot of air dribbling. Gets it all the way down in front of the orange net, even gets a demo before Elevated Buffy's able to clear it back.
Elevated Buffy's going to fight with Bob Stowe. Thurm, nice play there, is able to stop that forward momentum from Untamed Esports. And look at Rex there with another great shot on goal, saved by Setch. Now Rex is going to rotate back wisely there. For a minute I thought that might be an open goal, but Rex knows what's going on here. Is going to let Thurm take control of it. Has to play it past. Akatsuki is just waiting there, actually just stopped midfield, waiting for the right moment, isn't able to deflect that quite the way they wanted to. Setch is going to hit it off the backboard. Follow up from Akatsuki, and that's the first goal. That could be the start of what they needed.
Does keep their hopes alive, that is for sure. There's a great goal between Rex and Bobstro. Thurm got demoed there, but I don't think that mattered too much. Still plenty of time for Untamed Esports to fight their way back. Over 30 seconds per goal. As we just are north of the 1 minute mark, there's a demo onto Akatsuki as Rex just going to clear that one back. Setch hits it off the wall, sets it up for Elevated Buffy. Back to Setch on the give and go. But that ball is disrupted as Akatsuki couldn't even get a nose on it.
Rex off to the side of the field, pinches it off the wall there. Here comes Elevated, is going to ground it right for Akatsuki, who crucially misses at just the most inopportune moment. So now if Unreal can get a nice clear here and a bit of side control, that's probably all they need to pick up the win here. He's going to play right over. Bobstone misses as Elevated plays right over him. Thurm comes in there with a great shot back towards Untamed's goal.
Setch trying to clear this one. Elevated Buffy going to help him out, but Thurm will shut that down. Running out of time, Bobstro looking to put the insurance goal, the cherry on top. And with 15 seconds left, it looks like Unreal Units will be advancing to our second chance finals.
Yeah, Setch was facing the wrong direction there. Tried to kind of sneakily go the right direction by driving all the way back towards the goal, but wasn't nearly quite in the position to do some proper defending there. The demo onto Setch there. It's not going to make that much as Elevated comes in right at the last moment for a save there. Not that it would have made that much of a difference, but that was a very clutch save.
Time is officially hit 0. Ball touches the ground, and the Unreal Units will advance to take on Chan in our second chance finals. Of course, we are waiting to see who will take on Defiance. They defeated Chan earlier in the night in our winners finals, and they are waiting in those grand finals all alone. You can see their Unreal Units just took down Untamed Esports. They will battle out Chan in round 8. Winner of that will get a second shot at Defiance, though Defiance does have the leg up, as you'll have to beat them twice, and they'll only have to beat you once. But overall, fantastic series between those two. Cannot wait to see Untamed here versus Chan, and whoever comes out on top against Defiance for the overall winner, though, of course, as we said, every team that you could see in full on your screen, starting with Gentlemen, Team Shea, Untamed Esports, and Keep It 100, has qualified for our finals event, which is coming up August 21st. The 8th team, of course, is Defiance, who's waiting all alone on the top side of the bracket. But overall, a fantastic night of Rocket League Gem, and it's a shame that it's almost over because things are just starting getting good.
Yeah, we really are seeing a lot more closer games. The kind of steamroll games that we saw earlier in the night are a thing of the past. Both teams not really letting each other get above, 2-goal lead, something like that. So some great play, a lot of great ability to stop kind of those mid-air plays. We're seeing so many more mid-air contests and very close 50-50s for either team. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this turns out as we're ready to go into, I think you could call it the second chance finals before we go on into the grand finals. So we'll see that, but get to a break as I understand.
Yeah, we will go to break here, and then we'll come back with our second chance finals. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. We got more Rocket League right around the corner.
4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated.
My name is MA3 Centennial, Adrian. I play World of Warcraft. Great game. I've been playing it for 14 years. My father, me and him play the same game, so it gives us a chance to talk to one another while also interacting with one another in a different type of reality.
I also play World of Warcraft. My younger brother plays. I do not play with either of my two parents, though my mother very often leans over my brother's shoulder and talks to me while him and I are playing.
At the USO, they give us Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi connects us with our game systems, and our game systems allow us to see certain people or talk to certain people back home.
Neither of us like phone calls. Neither of us like talking on the phone in any sense of the word. This gives us a much more interesting way to communicate with family members and friends, and it even allows us to continue to build off of the relationships that we had previously. You know, personnel rotate commands all the time. We don't always get to see them, but we can always come back to these video games and use these video games as a way to communicate, keep up, see how things have changed, how their families are doing, stuff like that. And USO is fantastic for facilitating that. They have beautiful facilities, wonderful Wi-Fi. It helps us out a lot with not only communicating with our families, but just overall morale as well. We're in a better mood. We take that mood back to the ships. Everybody else feeds off that better mood, and USO is just it's a chain effect, and they really do help a lot.
Depending on the area of operations that we're on, sometimes you don't even get internet connection. So going a couple months without internet and then coming back to here, any way to contact my family was great.
The game itself provides an in-game chat through multiple different channels, faster than a text message, faster than Facebook Messenger.
There's a team chat, there's Discord, there's Twitch, and they're all just different programs that you can talk for free as long as you have Wi-Fi anywhere. My father, since he plays, a couple of my buddies, since they play, one of my brothers, he played for a little bit, but they all have that program. They all have a way for me to contact them back home without using cell service or anything like that. And that's one way that I constantly keep in contact with all my family. If it's not video, then it's talking through a headset.
It's nice to be able to come to the USO and have all this, lounge kind of atmosphere provided for you. We were playing Call of Duty on the zombie mode, basically getting to run our own little zombie apocalypse teams.
Good place to kind of blow off some steam, a way to kind of feel like you're back at home while you're away. We enjoy all different sorts of types of games, first-person shooters especially, because it kind of relates to what we do.
You get to the video games, dudes are still communicating, trying to make sure somebody's covering every avenue, and it ends up being probably a little bit more technical than your average gamer.
USOs over here are great because they're a great opportunity to get Wi-Fi, get some connection back home.
Everything is really great about the USO. I like movies a lot, and they always have movies. They have like pool and darts. I love coming out here when I get the chance, and thanks for bringing everything to us.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pans Esports Arena. Nearing the end of the night here for our USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. We already know who's qualified for the final event happening August 21st. We're just trying to figure out the final seedings and who gets the claim tonight, but they are our champion here. We just saw Unreal Units take down Untamed Esports. They moved on to the second chance final against Chan. Might have had a bit of a, hey, you know what, we've already qualified, that's it for us tonight here moments. We are waiting a word to see if we end up getting Unreal Units taking on Defiance in our grand finals. Just waiting for the final word, and then we'll be ready to go here. But as we get ready to close out this night, Jem, a lot of great at Rocket League so far, and hopefully we got at least one more good match ahead of us.
Yeah, hopefully we get at least one good match. I think the main thing that a lot of teams are going to want to review tonight is just making sure that that positioning and those rotations are cleaned up. That's probably been the major mistake that so many teams have made, has just been leaving that goal wide open. So overall, there's a lot of great play, but certainly some things to improve on, and I hope that these teams come back in their top. They bring their A game for the bracketed stage, which comes up on August 21st. It's going to be great to see that.
And cannot wait to see how some of these names that we've seen here tonight that we already know have qualified, that maybe, didn't really finish out the night as strong as we'd expected, will do there in that final event where there's $5,000 of prize money on the line. But for now, we're just trying to figure out how our final 3 seeds are going to go. Our last 3 teams remaining alive are, of course, Defiance, who are waiting all alone in that grand finals, and then Chan and Unreal Units, who are currently sitting in that second chance finals. As I mentioned at the top of this, sounds like Chan might have just decided to take that finish of losing in Great Winners Finals and just kind of say, you know what, that's good for us. So they might have dropped into the 3rd seed. We might be waiting to see if Defiance wants to take on Unreal Units in our final game of the night. Still waiting for all that official word, but overall, it's been a fantastic night here at the USO Experience, the Oklahoma City Rocket League 3v3 tournament. Remember, this is just qualifier number 1. Still several opportunities to go. Everything pretty standard in terms of the rules. If you're just joining us, it is double elimination, best of 3. As we said, the top 8 from this event qualify for the finals, which are coming up August 21st, and we already have that list of names of who has qualified. Just trying to figure out the overall seeding from the night and heading in towards that next event. But cannot wait to see teams like Chan and Dream, maybe even a couple teams like we didn't see, like Team Shea, who snuck in there at the very last moment. As we see, when those August 21st finals come around, the winners will get $2,500, $833 per person. Second place will get $1,500, $500 per person, and third will get $1,000 at about $333 a person. So there is a ton of prize money coming up in just a few weeks. Right now, we're just going to determine who's going to be the number 1 seed from this event. Will it be Defiance? Will it be somebody else? We are waiting to see. Here's how the winner's side of the bracket played out. Most of these teams, except, honestly, everybody except Satisfaction and Fortnite Gods, ended up qualifying in the top 8. Just a couple of teams ended up replacing them with some unreal runs from Team Shea and from Untamed Esports, who made it into that top 8 in the second chance side of the bracket.
Yeah, and that really is unfortunate if you make it to the top 8 in terms of the winners bracket, but we have seen some great performances in the second chance bracket, so it wouldn't be right to not recognize them. But overall, most of the kind of foundation for the next phase of this tournament has been laid. It's just going to be overall a determination of who gets, second seed versus third seed, or first seed versus second seed.
Yeah, just very minor things. Of course, it's always nice to claim yourself as the winner of this event, so we're just getting word. Waiting to see who is going to be our next matchup here. Could be our final one of the night for all we know in our grand finals. As we mentioned, we have Defiance, we have Chan, and we have Unreal Units. Waiting to see who exactly is going to end up where. So we take a look here at our teams that have qualified for the top 8. Defiance, Chan, Untamed Esports, Unreal Units, Dream, Gentlemen, Keep It 100, and Team Shea. We do know that the top 3 will be in some order of that. The Unreal Units will be the 3rd seed. Excuse me. Untamed Esports will be the 4th seed. We know that for sure. Not sure how Dream, Gentlemen, Keep It 100, and Team Shea will end up shaking out. We know Chan and Defiance are waiting. Defiance guaranteed a top 2 spot. Chan also guaranteed to remain in that top 3 as well. They're just figuring out if Chan is going to take place in the second chance finals, or if Unreal Units will move on to take on Defiance in the grand finals, and if that will be our last match of the night. But other thing, it's been a fantastic night of Rocket League. Of all the teams in the top 8, I think Gentlemen and Team Shea and maybe Keep It 100 are the only teams we didn't see, so we got to see a good chunk of it, and I think a lot of those teams could probably make some noise in our finals coming up in a few weeks, Jim.
Definitely, and they will have had a few weeks to look over their performances and look over what happened tonight and try to improve mostly in their most in their deficits in terms of skills. But I wanted to ask you a question, Fish, because normally I've kind of been saying the main thing is the thing to improve is just kind of the positioning on the field and rotating up too far. But is there anything else that you've noticed that you would probably give recommendations to these teams to most improve on?
I think the biggest thing is just got to be making sure, it's kind of what you talked about, making sure you're kind of aware where the ball is, when you're going to push up. And I think the biggest thing I've also noticed is just the communication. We saw a lot of teams that have fallen into this trap where as soon as a guy would take a shot, he'd immediately go demo the goalie, but there wouldn't be any backup there. So there would be no ball scored. So just the communication, working out, okay, I'm going to go in for the demo. I need somebody to back me up. And I think the other thing is we've seen, especially in that last game, it really kind of caught my eye, is a lot of teams depending on the pass maybe just a bit too much. And the pass is probably the hardest thing to defend in Rocket League, but it's never a bad idea to just take it in yourself, make a solo play, and be the hero. Well, we get Doc's keys to the game. Don't let them have multiple attempts. Clear the ball at angles, steal, boost, bump, and demo to disrupt. It's all brought to you by the USO experience. Just like a coach at your side to help you through the match, the USO has been helping the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform.
And I've just been informed that we are, in fact, going to the grand finals with the two teams. So the winners of the top bracket and the winners of the second chance bracket are going to be heading up against each other. Of course, remember that the team that made it here via the second chance bracket has to win 2 times if they want to overall get kind of the victory tonight.
Yep.
So overall, it's going to be interesting to see how overall the team that has won the winners bracket has done, because they have had a long time to just kind of pause and gather themselves.
The Defiance has looked incredible, though. They are going to be the team that you're talking about coming from the winner's side of the bracket that only has to win one of our next 2 games. And they will be taking on Unreal Units here for our final event of the night. Both these teams have already qualified. They're both guaranteed a top 2 seed. The question is, who will be tonight's champion? We're about to find out. And as Jem mentioned, Unreal Units will have to win 2 series in a row. Defiance will only have to win 1 as Gengar is going to dribble that one on net. Looks like K-Frost, the ball just hit off his car and just kind of died right there. It was actually kind of a weird look as Kaiju's now retreating, but Gengar will just clear it right back towards the net. Going to try and air dribble it in. Looks to set up a play for a teammate, but Bobstow barely keeps it out of range.
Now Bobstow's going to be pushing it up the side of the field. Gengar stops that. Bobstow's going to try again, trying to set it up for someone, but K-Frost comes in. You see Kaiju rotating back, going to be picking up a little bit more boost. It's actually going to be Gengar who's hanging out in the backfield, who now rotates up. They're not quite getting the angles that they want. They're just really good at pushing it off to the corners. Now here comes Unreal's first major push of the game. But it's going to be stopped right as it starts, as Gengar gets a nice clear.
Ooh, K-Frost with a nice setup right in front of the net. Gengar trying. K-Frost gets one more attempt, but Therm makes a fantastic save. And the ball's going to get cleared back to the orange side. Rex was waiting there, but a huge blast from Kaiju down to K-Frost. Back to Gengar in a wide open net. Defiance, who cares how long of a break they took? They're ready to go, and they score first.
As K-Frost plays it off the wall, Gengar is right there. Unfortunately, you can see there Bobstow had already kind of reached the apex of how far he could elevate and was just falling back to the ground. So no opportunity there to stop that goal there. Defiance starting out great, showing that they really haven't lost their step, and K-Frost is going to prove that even more, getting the second goal.
This is a great play from Gengar. He sets up K-Frost from midfield. That is excellent precision. Nobody back in the net for Unreal Units, and it looks like Defiance, despite their break, it was well used because, as you mentioned, they have come out on fire. As Gengar is now going to try and carry this one up the field, looking for a rebound attempt, but Therm will stop that. K-Frost recenters it to Kaiju, takes a shot on net, hits off the crossbar. And now Unreal Units looking to make a play as Rek gets a demo off screen, but it's not going to matter. He took himself out of the play, but K-Frost misses on what could have been a great goal.
Bobstow running right into Gengar there. Oh, Rex is going to be the first one to score for Unreal.
Great goal here. Bobstow barely beating Gengar. Ball pops up in the air. K-Frost, I think, expected Rex to go for a double tap off the backboard, but he ended up just spiking it down top right corner. So hard to defend. And Unreal Units, they took a couple of blows early, but they're not going to give up as Kaiju nearly gets a free kickoff, but Bobstow was just waiting.
Ball still in midfield. Therm with the pass over to Bobstow isn't going to turn into a goal, and Rex is going to get demoed by Gengar there. Gengar respawns not a moment too soon to help clear the ball back over toward Unreal's territory, but not if Rex has anything to say about that. Is going to pass it over to Bobstow. Shot on goal just off of the crossbar, and Therm's follow-up is stopped by Kaiju.
Ooh, K-Frost carrying that one up the field. Gengar with a great opportunity. Therm makes the save. Kaiju tried to come in to just sneak it in the back door, but he wasn't able to. K-Frost going to keep it alive. He's got Gengar on the left post. Gengar trying to let that ball waterfall down to Kaiju, but Bobstow's going to read it. K-Frost keeps it alive, though, right in front of the net. Rex should get a nice clear here, though. Keep Unreal Units just down one.
Ooh, Bob Stowe goes flying right past there. Isn't able. Just kind of has to reposition himself. Here comes K-Frost, going to be beaten to it by Rex. Now Kaiju trying to set up again, stopped by Therm. Therm's going to fall back to the ground. It's going to be Bob Stowe or probably Rex here that's contesting with K-Frost. Rex gets the better of that one, but in comes Kaiju again, stopping, keeping the pressure on to Unreal, who needs to find this clear here. K-Frost, can they center it up? Not before Bob Stowe reaches it and finds their clear.
Ooh, Rex with a huge demo on to Kaiju. He should respawn in time, though, as we see him go missing past the ball. Oh, Rex, last man of defense on a wide open net, but all he did was get that ball more in the air for K-Frost. Bob's still going to hit it back. Gengar and Rex battling for it. Hits off the crossbar, and Therm's going to tie our game up with 90 seconds left.
That is a great play there, just some great dribbling there, and Therm is right there where Bob Stowe needed him. We are all tied up now. I was in the mindset that Defiance was going to coast pretty easily to this victory, but they're having a good challenge here from Unreal. This type of the game that I would want to see in the grand finals. And look at Gengar right there off the kickoff, putting Defiance back into the lead.
It's a great play here from Gengar as Kaiju kind of sets him up. They even had Kaiju near midfield. He bumps Rex out of the way. Don't know if that actually mattered. That's a fantastic play from Defiance. They give up 2 goals. They immediately get one back. You probably would want a second goal here if you're Defiance. Really have that 2-goal lead in the final 90. We'll have to see as Therm's going to get that ball down to Rex in the corner. Gengar's got to make a play. The ball gets bounced over Therm as well, but Bobsta's going to keep it alive for Unreal Units.
K-Frost comes in, isn't able to center it. Rex and Therm unfortunately gets a double commit. I'm a bit surprised to see that this late in the night. Bob Stowe gets credited with a shot on goal there. Kaiju with the save. Now Gengar is passing it over to Kaiju. Actually, another double commit there, but towards an open goal. I don't know what's going on right now,
I think that was an intentional. They were trying to squeeze that ball at an incredibly high velocity. I don't know if that was a double commit. That one looked intentional from Defiance. They nearly scored off of it. Gengar is going to try and dribble that ball towards the net, but Rex will stop him in midair. K-Frost can't quite get it past Therm in the corner. Everybody's all bunched up. You got to be careful here. If you're Defiance, Therm dribbling it up midfield, gets pushed away. Bob Stowe misses the rebound attempt. Rex barely keeps it alive. Kaiju and Bob Stowe both drive under the ball. And Rex going to back pass it here as K-Frost hits it down into the corner. Bounces up over Bob Stowe's head. Rex got to make a play. They both miss on it, though. So does Gengar. The Kaiju finally takes a shot. Now it's 10 seconds left for Unreal Units to carry it the length of the field.
5 seconds left. Still the opportunity for Unreal to maybe make a play there. They're going to have to do it off of this ball right here. But they're not able to get to it in time. Defiance, just by 1 goal.
Defiance now has themselves on match point. Since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they join through their assignment and deployments, and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. And Defiance is now 1 game away from claiming victory tonight, locking in that #1 seed heading into our finals on August 21st. But a fantastic play by Unreal Units, battling back, almost forcing it into overtime. And I don't know if this series is over by a long shot. The Defiance does have that sort of back of their head sigh of relief. You know what? We can lose this series because we have another series in case something goes horribly wrong in Game 2 and Game 3.
Well, we always talk about the possibility of a double sweep, but this would have to kind of be a double sweep because you have to pull, a reverse sweep, a double reverse sweep because you have to get the victory here, pull off the reverse sweep in the first game, and then have to do it all over again in the second because they came from the second chance bracket. So Defiance is definitely kind of on the match point of all match points, but they can't let up now because this is a team that can very equally match them, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to a Game 3, and then who knows what's going to happen in the second game.
Yeah, this series could get out of hand in a hurry. We're going to kick off Game 2. Defiance 5 minutes away from claiming the championship tonight. Can Unreal Units stop them? A great start as they're forced to double commit. Therm's going to take a shot. It's high off the nets. Can he put it in? No, he cannot. Bob still tries to muscle it in. The Unreal Units just have a great opportunity, just can't quite finish.
Yeah, great start out for Unreal, though. Not letting the side control slip from them. Gengar's going to be the first one to really try it clear. It goes past the midfield. K-Frost is just waiting here to see what Rex is going to do. Takes it away from him, credited with a save, but Therm with a follow-up doesn't find it, instead pushes it over to the right. Now Kaiju, Bobstow is just a little bit late in elevating there and isn't able to stop that clear from going through. It runs right into Gengar Bobstow. And so now here comes Kaiju, trying again with the clear pass over to K-Frost, bumps it off the side of the wall. And now Rex is going to be the one looking for the clear as Defiance gets a little side control of their own.
Ooh, couple of misses there by K-Frost and Rex. Rex will end up winning the race to the ball. He'll clear it all the way down to the corner where Kaiju is waiting. Kaiju's got Gengar near midfield if he wants to try the pass, but he ended up trying to set up something for Gengar along that wall. Therm with a huge stop. This could be a great moment for Unreal Units, but Kaiju wins the race back to the ball. Gengar now going to just punch it upfield. This could be an open net. It's just off the crossbar. K-Frost one more time. His shot goes wide, and Therm's going to clear it down to Bobstow in the corner. He sneaks it around Gengar right in front of the net. Defiance will make sure nothing of that happens. Great demo on to Gengar, but Kaiju's going to stop that ball right in front of the net as well.
Now it's Gengar's ball again. He's going to flick it up and over. One of the members of Unreal quickly gets cleared back toward Defiance's goal. Dangerous situation there, and Therm sees the opening and gets the first goal.
That's an unfortunately bad clear here coming out from Defiance. It was K-Frost. I don't even know if he meant to touch that ball, but the way he hit it, just put it right in front of the net. I don't think Kaiju was ready for it either. And Unreal Units have the lead here, but there's still plenty of time for Defiance to get back in this. Great win by Rex. Kaiju's in the perfect position. We've seen several players score from this angle before as K-Frost looks to center it. But multiple members in the goal for Unreal Units. Now Therm trying to dribble it upfield with a great shot attempt. It's high. Is there a follow-up from Rex? There is, but Kaiju kind of just puts himself in the way and makes a great save.
And there was some great play there by Unreal because Gengar was waiting right in front of the goal, but one of the members of Unreal just drove right into him and drove him way to the back of the goal. So it was certainly open for them, but they just didn't quite have the accuracy there as Kaiju is going to be the one to clear it back over to the corner, gets demoed in the process, but great K-Frost over to Gengar, but it's going to be saved by Rex.
Unreal Units is making sure there's 2 or 3 people in the goal at all times. It's going to be very hard to score on them as Rex gets a demo onto K-Frost. Kaiju gets challenged up on the ceiling, but the ball just misses the net. Bobstow trying to keep it alive. Kaiju rides up the wall. Rex will recenter it. Gengar right there. Dangerous spot though. As Therm hits it in for his second, and Unreal Units looking like they want to have a game 3.
And uncharacteristically from Defiance, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of side control from them this round. It seems like they've been on the back foot for the majority of this game. 2 minutes, 10 seconds, still plenty of time to get possibly 2 goals, and we have seen 2 goal deficits be made up in this night, I believe. So K-Frost there with a great opportunity. Rex and Bobstow go rotating back. Rex is going to get demoed in the process, and here comes Gengar. He's going to be centering it up. One of the members flies. I think Bobstow flew right past Gengar there. Now here comes Kaiju. Great demo onto Bobstow, leaving it wide open for Gengar.
Fantastic play. I want to see this demo because we had Gengar's point of view. Where there it is. We saw Bobstow flying in, K-Frost right in front of the net. And this game's not over by a log shot as Gengar puts it at a 2-1 deficit. Plenty of time for Defiance here. As off the kickoff, they'll get tied up. Kaiju will win that one cleanly. He's going to hit it all the way down to the corner. Nearly scores. What an insane angle for Kaiju, but he can't quite get the finish. Gengar will keep it alive for his team as Kaiju takes one more shot. K-Frost wanted that pass, but just a little bit too far in front. Now Therm's going to carry it. He's been the hero so far, but he's not able to convert on it now as Gengar looks for a pass up to K-Frost. Kaiju's going to center it up for him. Oh, K-Frost thought that was in. He should have turned around. An opportunity wasted for Defiance.
Defiance has to make another great goal happen here. And Gengar sees his opening there. He has to play around Rex. Is dribbling up the field. This is the opportunity. Oh, just gets pushed right off to the left side still. If there's a follow-up, but none of them have boost, so they can't make a follow-up. Unfortunate loss of... Oh, okay. It looked like it might have gone into the goal there, but that demo took up the whole screen, and that's a great goal from Bobstow.
That's a huge backbreaker for the side of Defiance. They had so many great chances. Then that demo onto Kaiju opens up the middle of the field. Gengar can't quite make the save, and Still time for Defiance to come back in 52 seconds, but they're going to be hard-pressed as goals have been at a premium. Gengar is going to win that kickoff quite cleanly, though. He's got Kaiju right next to him. Therm puts a stop to that, and they full committed for the goal, and we're headed to a Game 3, it looks like.
I mean, at that point, you can kind of see why they full committed. They knew that they didn't have a lot of time there. That's going to be the goal made for Therm, actually, who's credited with it, and that makes it a hat trick.
Therm has had a fantastic effort. I thought it would be Rex who would be able to get his team back in this series, but it has been Therm who has been the hero so far tonight. As Gengar now going to try and carry that one up. Maybe a small chance for Defiance, but they probably have to score right about now as Kaiju's shot way too slow, and that clear probably is the dagger, and it looks like we're heading to a Game 3 in what could be our first 2 series here in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, what an amazing show from Unreal here. Defiance not having enough time to get 3 goals. Not in 10 seconds, I don't see that happening. So now the clock just has to tick down. Unreal can really pat themselves on the back. Well, you know, okay, they would have to get it in like 1 second, like right off of the kickoff, and then have to do it again to drive it to overtime. I don't see it happening, but it's like a 1 in a million possibility.
Now, this kickoff is everything. As you mentioned, there's a small chance, and that probably pretty much ends it there. Looks like we might even get another goal for Unreal Units. We will. That'll get the goal lead back up to 3. Of course, all of that will not matter because we're going to a Game 3 regardless.
What a great showing from Unreal here. We're going to drive it to a Game 3. We have had so many Game 3s in the past kind of show matches that we've had. It just shows how close I think it's going to be when August 21st comes around and they're to the bracketed stage of this event. It's going to be amazing to see how close the games are there.
Well, the USO Experience is offering so many great opportunities to compete in esports. You have the USO Experience Oklahoma City, the USAA Invitational, Madden League, GEICO Invitational, and the USO Commanders Cup with top teams from all 6 service branches competing for 1 title. There's more information at battlefly.com/the-USO/. Game 3 here. If Defiance is unable to close it out and Unreal Units gets the win, we will have to reset everything and have 1 more best of 3 to crown our champion. So Defiance trying to hold serve before their advantage goes away and everything gets reset, but a fantastic job by Therm in particular on Unreal Units, basically single-handedly getting his team back into this series.
And it was a really unfortunate moment for Defiance here as they had the opportunity to even it all up. Gengar made such a great run, was dribbling the ball. I think 2 members of Unreal were behind him, so it was only 1 member he had to play against. His ball got deflected over to the left side. He was able to flick it back up and set it up for a teammates, but all of them at that moment had no boost left.
Yep.
And at the very crucial moment where they needed to have at least some in the tank, they had none. So very unfortunate case of resource mismanagement there for Defiance, but they have so many opportunities to still win this that it is far from over for them.
Game 3 is kicked off. Bobstro with a great shot, but Gengar is able to make a fantastic save. Ooh, K-Frost gets a huge demo there from Therm, but Kaiju's able to at least clear it out and alleviate some of that pressure now. Kaiju looking for his first goal here. Gonna be stopped though by Therm. Here comes Gengar racing in. He kind of sets it up for a teammate, but nobody's there as K-Frost waiting back in the net. Rex takes a shot, but it gets broken up.
Now Gengar's clear isn't going to really get anywhere as Bobsto is setting it up. Therm isn't available, but a nice clear there and save really from Gengar. Now the members of Defiance have the boost that they need. K-Frost is going to be the main one to have it. K-Frost drives it around the corner to center it up, but they're back getting boosts and they can't follow up on it. So here comes Gengar again with a nice clear. Rex is going to meet it in mid-air. Here comes Kaiju passing it over to the side where Gengar is waiting. But a demo onto Kaiju means that K-Frost has to come through here, and he certainly does.
Fantastic job, even with that demo. Gengar with a great setup. You can see that demo kind of slowed Rex down, so he wasn't able to get into the goal in time and make a save. But Defiance with our first goal of Game 3. They do not want to have to avoid, they want to avoid the reset at all costs. As Therm's now going to dribble it up the field. Looks to maybe take a pass down to Bob Stowe. Not able to find anything. Ooh, great bump out of the way. It's a wide open net for K-Frost. Therm came out of nowhere, but it did not matter. And Defiance has a 2-0 lead.
It was Therm who had to, Therm saw he had to rotate in there, but was just a little bit too late. And K-Frost drives it into the goal. And this is the situation that Defiance really wants themselves in. If they can get one more goal, just kind of an insurance goal, then they are sitting pretty. But 2 goal deficits have been easily made up tonight, so they cannot let up on the intensity one bit.
Therm going to make a stop there. Looks like K-Frost is the one who's going to be able to keep it alive as Rex looks for the clear. Kaiju will just clear it down to Gengar. He's got to be careful. Bob Stowe is racing in. Great hit by Gengar, passes it over to Kaiju, going to be off the backboard. And Gengar can't quite get there in time as Rex makes a fantastic save. K-Frost and Bob Stowe battling in the corner. Therms takes a shot high off the crossbar. Rex looking for the one-timer, and Kaiju with a great redirect there on the centering attempt.
Now Bob Stowe to center it again. K-Frost stops that right in its tracks. Here comes Gengar. K-Frost was looking for the follow-up, but ran into a bit of interference from Unreal there. And Bob Stowe's dribbling up the field, has to play it around K-Frost. K-Frost is right there to get the save. And is now going to be looking for the clear. Gengar's to his right is probably going to try to pass it over for him. Rex unable to stop the clear. Bob Stowe demoing Gengar, and then Kaiju demo by Therm. But look at K-Frost here, able to keep the play going for those crucial few seconds, and the side control still stays on the side of Defiance.
Demo on to K-Frost. Everybody's got to retreat. Therm has an angle on it, but K-Frost off the spot. Makes a great stop on that one as we tick down under 2.5 minutes. Final half of this game 3 here. Demo on to Gengar.
What is going on with Unreal? They have had like 4 demos in the last 30 seconds. They are going insane right now.
Fortunately, they really haven't gotten much out of those demos. They're going to run right into Kaiju, but he's going to end up landing right on the ball. He'll bump Rex out of the way. And now K-Frost has an opportunity in the corner. He'll pop it up. Can't quite get it around Bob Stowe, though. He'll take the length of the field. Gengar actually redirects it back towards his own net. And Kaiju will win the race to that ball.
There goes Therm trying to stop that clear. Gengar misses in midair, leaving it up to K-Frost, who wins that 50-50 against Rex. Ooh, and Gengar trying to find the right positioning here. Ooh, nice stop there as Therm passed it off. And the shot on goal was stopped right there. Ooh, Kaiju was looking for that flick into the goal. Actually gets credited with a shot on goal, surprisingly. And another demo onto Kaiju. Defiance has just been getting demoed left and right, but it hasn't been turning into any goals for Unreal.
Ooh, down to a one-on-one, but I like the safe play here from Defiance. They know that 2-0 lead can hold unless they make a risky play. So it looks like they're going to try and play a little bit more passive than we're used to seeing from them as Gengar puts it in front of the net. You see everybody else retreating. They get a demo onto Kaiju, though. K-Frost will keep it alive at that midfield stripe. Gengar will immediately retreat. 45 seconds left. Gengar puts it in front of the net. You can see just everybody retreating as soon as one shot fails. There's a demo onto Kaiju, though. Unreal, as you mentioned, Jem. They're getting an insane amount of demos, but they're not really paying off for them as we're down to our final 30 seconds here.
I've counted 7 demos in about half the game. Make it make it 8 demos, but it's not going to matter at all for Defiance. Let's see Kaiju right here. They were so focused on getting the demo that there was really no one left to defend except Rex.
Fortunate for Unreal Units, it looks like this is where their journey will end. 3 goals in 23 seconds is almost unheard of, especially with that kickoff not immediately going in the back of the net. Gengar going to keep it alive, and honestly, Defiance staying strong through that long break. They're going to be out of the #1 seed. This ball will roll in for Therm, but unfortunately in 8 seconds, I don't think you can score 2 goals. So
I mean, it would have to be in 1 second, like right off of the first hit in the kickoff. So that would mean that Defiance would have to mess up this kickoff so horrendously that they basically leave it uncontested for Unreal. But with that, they've secured the game, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Defiance is going to be your champions here tonight. Both these teams have already qualified. Ooh, Bob Stowe's going to get a nice, oh, nope, touch the ground. Almost had it, wouldn't have mattered. Defiance are your champions here from the USO Experience Oklahoma City Rocket League 3-on-3. Qualifier #1 Of course, both these teams have qualified for our final event that we've been hyping up all night, coming up August 21st, where there are $5,000 worth of prizes available for the top 3 teams. So both these teams will be here. Cannot wait to see how they represent, but an overall huge congratulations to Defiance. They are tonight's champions.
Whew. I would say any members of Defiance are going to be opened up for, the top player of the game, but that's going to have just wait a little bit as we are reminded of USO, who has put together this whole event for us.
Yeah, since 1941, the USO has been the nation's leading organization to serve the men and women in the U.S. military and their families throughout their time in uniform. From the moment they joined through their assignment and deployments and as they transition back to their communities, the USO is always by their side. As you mentioned, it is time for our player of the game, brought to you by GEICO Military. And I think there's a lot of great choices here, Jem, but who would you give yours to?
I said any member of Defiance would qualify for it. I think that K-Frost and Gengar were really two of the major playmakers. Kaiju was a dependable third, person, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Kaiju also got it. But overall, I have to hand it to Gengar just on, and I admit it's very superficial, but Gengar changed it up the most with the skin game that I have ever seen. And it was always entertaining to see him making plays just to hear that noisemaker. So I would have to give it to Gengar.
Yeah, I think Gengar and K-Frost, as you mentioned, probably the leaders in the clubhouse. Kaiju kind of just filled that role. He had a lot of great assists. He had a lot of great demos, but those aren't always what get you the player of the game, and it is going to be Gengar. As you said, I thought he had a phenomenal job tonight. Car aside, I thought it didn't matter what he was driving. He was absolutely insane. So huge congratulations to Gengar on winning our GEICO Military Player of the Game. GEICO, who offers special military discounts on insurance for service members. In addition, GEICO offers military car insurance and auto coverage for current and former members of the military. Military car insurance often includes discounts on car insurance. And Gengar is your GEICO Military Player of the Game. Absolutely well-deserved. Cannot wait to see how GEICO, Kaiju, and K-Frost represent in our finals event on August 21st. Same can be said for Unreal Units, who made a fantastic run through our second chance bracket. Really, all the teams that we saw qualify here tonight, I think, can make a run. I know Team Shea we did not see, as well as Gentleman. I think there was one other. But of the teams we saw who qualified, I think all of them are very talented and could very easily make a run coming up on August 21st.
Yeah, and I think all of those teams have their mindset for August 21st. We saw a few who just said, hey, we made it into the top 8. That's going to be good enough for us. We'll call it a night and get ready for August 21st. So that's when you're going to want to be tuning in to see how this all turns out.
And don't forget, $5,000 in prize money on the line, $2,500 for the winner as we prepare to close out this and we get ready for our top 5 plays. Do you have any final takeaway gems from the Rocket League we saw tonight? Any predictions maybe going forward? Of course, I'm sure there'll be more teams that qualify. It'll be more than the 8 we saw here, but do you have any final thoughts on our night here?
I think the main thing that these teams are going to want to be focusing on is just their communication, cleaning up those rotations, making sure they're in the right place at the right time, and of course, a little bit of boost management never hurts because, unfortunately, in that final match, I think Gengar might have been able to turn it around and driven them to a 2-0 victory if they just weren't all-star for boost at that point. So just a little bit of tweaking, but all of them, I think, are going to be going into this final event with a lot of skill, and it's going to be great to see who comes out on top.
I completely agree with you there. I mean, I think the final question I have to say, I know August 21st is a long way away. There'll be more teams. If I offered you Defiance or the other 7 teams that qualified, who do you think makes it farther on August 21st?
It's really tough. I would have to say that Untamed Esports would be kind of the sleeper to look forward to since they were able to make it so far in the match. So I really wouldn't count them off. I think that you're going to have your top players like Defiance and I think Chan also they had a great gameplay. They just kind of fell apart in the last game, but I think overall they'll be a top contender as well. So look out for people who are at the top of the bracket, but also look out for the people who literally made their way to the finals by coming back in the second chance bracket.
Yeah, I think the Untamed is the one that you totally nailed the head on. We saw them in our first game. They absolutely dominated. They then lost in their second round. Then they battled all the way back. An incredible run through that second chance bracket. But we are going to close out our top 5 plays. They're going to be brought to you by GEICO Military. And here are your top 5 plays from tonight's qualifier. And congrats to Defiance on your victory. Seconds left. I mean, scoring's even going to make that clock tick slower as Gang
to do is run out this clock.
At 30 seconds left. I mean, scoring's even going to make that clock tick slower as Gengar is going to blast it in for his hat trick.
Oh, boy.
7-0 here, and you know, Defiance is going to get a well-earned break. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals for whoever comes from that second chance. Fantastic spot. He's going to air dribble at the length of the field. Set up Dauntless, but Chan reads it perfectly. JD last attempt. He'll sneak it past Madio, and they'll get that one back and make it a one-goal game again.
That's some great mid-air dribbling by Chris Dauntless, setting it up for JD. Madio, no one left in the goal.
That team's not able to find it. Gets stolen away by K Frost. Kaiju's going to pop it up in the air. Here comes Gengar. Served on a platter. It is 6-0. And Defiance looks like they have come from behind for the reverse sweep in this best of 3. Make it the grand final. Still 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Quick goal here. Try to say we're still in this.
Oh, Madio makes a huge mistake. K-Frost punishes him. That ball was incredibly slow. Almost saved by Madio, but unfortunately it doesn't get the touch. K-Frost racing in. Madio's going to come incredibly close to saving this, too. If that ball needed to travel a few more inches, it would have been a great goal.
Upsto running right into Gengar there. Oh, Rex is going to be the first one to score for Unreal.
Great goal here. Bobsto barely beating Gengar. Ball pops up in the air. K-Frost, I think, expected Rex to go for a double tap off the back.